Welcome everyone to our meeting of the Planning Development Committee for December 2nd, 2019. I believe there are some members of committee who are not here. City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Dillon is expected to arrive, and I've heard Mayor Brown may be arriving as well.
Okay, thank you. Members of committee, there are a few agenda changes identified in the package in front of you. I will ask the City Clerk to review the changes for today's agenda since its publication on November 21st.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, members of the public watching or in attendance for tonight's meeting, these are the changes that the Clerk's office is aware of for tonight's agenda. And all of these changes, I should say, have been posted on the city's website, save and except a few, which I'll go through. There are 4 statutory public notice items on this evening's meeting. These are statutory public meetings under the Planning Act. In regard to item 4.4, statutory public notice item, there is additional correspondence from Gagnon Walker Domes in regard to this item that's been distributed on the members' desks for consideration and receipt with that item. In regards to delegations, under delegations 5.2, which is the draft plan of subdivision and application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Parkside Heights Kennedy Developments Incorporated at Kennedy Road and Mayfield Road in Ward 2. There are 16 delegations that were listed on the last version of the agenda that was published online, and the Clerk's office has received 4 additional delegations for this item from Pavan Sharma, Tom Simpson, Kavika Bourbeau, and Chris Gavaris. So they will be added to this evening's agenda with the committee's approval. As well, we have an added delegation 5.3 regarding report 7.8 on today's agenda regarding a city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment involving pigeon coop setbacks. And there is 1 delegation that was listed on the agenda, and we have 2 additional residents who wish to delegate on that item as well. And we have item 5.4 on today's agenda, which is an added delegation regarding the second units, which is a citywide report from the policy planning group. And there is 1 additional delegation in addition to the one that's listed on the screen here. Continuing on through the agenda, in terms of amendments to the agenda, item 7.8 was listed on consent, which is the zoning bylaw amendment involving pigeon coop setbacks. Committee, the advice would be to remove that item from consent, as there is 2 delegations now and some correspondence to consider with that item. As well, the minutes from the Brampton Heritage Board meeting of November 19th have been published online and are available for review and will be considered at tonight's agenda. In regards to item 10.1 on tonight's agenda, second units citywide, there is the delegations that I referenced, as well as some correspondence identified as 13.3 on the agenda. In terms of correspondence, in regards to the Parkside Heights Kennedy developments, there are 22 pieces of correspondence from various residents, and those have been posted online and are available for members to review. In regards to the zoning bylaw amendment involving pigeon coop setback requirements, there are 12 pieces of correspondence listed on the screen. As well, there's 1 additional piece of correspondence which just came in before the meeting and is on your desk. And then finally, it's identified as 13.2, but it is really 13.3. There is the correspondence on the second unit citywide. And Mr. Chair, those are the changes at this point for the agenda.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Members of the committee, are there any additions, changes, deletions to the agenda? I see Councilor Cheney, you're on the board, but I think it's regarding consent. Yes. So when we get to the consent portion, I'll go back to you. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda for today's meeting? Councilor Palashi, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. So to those in the public gallery or watching this evening from one of the City Hall's viewing areas or through the live stream from the city's website, we have a number of business items to address on our agenda, and I understand the majority of people in attendance tonight are here for item 7.4 regarding the draft plan of subdivision application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw regarding the Parkside Heights Kennedy Developments Incorporated. Before we get to the item of business and the associated delegations and correspondence, we need to consider some other items of business first, including 4 statutory public meetings, 3 signed bylaw amendments, and a few staff reports. After committee deals with these items, we can recess for a few minutes to ensure as many people as possible can attend in the chambers and proceed with the Parkside Heights Developments item 7.4 and start with the hearing. Committees committee, we also have the following added delegations, which our city clerk had just explained to us. Is the committee okay with this approach to tonight's agenda? Okay, thank you very much. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Act. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? No. We now go to the consent agenda, and Councilor 14 at this time. Yes.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I'd just like to pull out 7.6. I have some questions on that.
Okay,
And
item
that's,
7.6.
Yeah, for 80 Bramley Road, Ward 7.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Singh.
I'd like to pull out 7.9.
7.9. Thank you. Councilor Santos.
I know that there's some delegations, but I was hoping to put 7.1, 7.2, 7.3 into consent. It says possible delegations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe there may be delegations on one or more of those items, so the chair will ask if there's any delegations. If not, then they can be considered and voted on at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you'd like to add 7.8?
Remove it.
Remove it, sorry, my apologies. So Councilor Bowman has requested 7.8 be removed. So can I get a member to move the consent agenda as amended? Moved by Councilor Bowman, all in favor? Carried, thank you. We now go on to our statutory public meeting items for this evening's agenda. Our first item is item 4.1, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment to the Employment Areas Policies. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Yes. So you'd like to hear a presentation? Okay. So staff, is there someone from staff to speak to it? Great. If you can just state your name for the record.
Myself?
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Shahina Zashash. I'm one of the policy planners with the Policy Division. Good evening, members of council, staff, and members of the public. As I mentioned, I'm with the city here today presenting the city-initiated official plan amendment as it relates to the employment land policies of the official plan. The proposed amendment would apply citywide to lands designated industrial in the official plan. The process to date, a notice of the public meeting was sent out on November the 7th, and today we're hosting the public meeting to present the draft official plan amendment that proposes to add greater flexibility to remnant parcels within the employment area to be developed for local office uses. The proposed amendment would apply to lands designated industrial in the official plan. So as you could see here on the map, it would be the lands highlighted in that light blue. Uses within the industrial designation are limited in scope to generally include manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, and so on. Currently, the official plan does not recognize local office uses that provide services to the local community as an employment use. Local office uses has traditionally been recognized as a commercial use in the zoning bylaw. In the past decade, there has been a shift in the economy in light of global competitiveness, technological disruptions, and a demand for talent, whereby the traditional industrial businesses are no longer the major contributors to employment. The city retained Cushman & Wakefield to conduct an office strategy study in 2016, and they identified 4 office employment categories. That includes major office, local office, industrial-related office, and new economy office. The official plan recognizes major office and within the office designation of the official plan, and industrial-related office as an ancillary office use within the employment designations of the official plan. However, the official plan does not recognize local office or new economy office as an employment use. The proposed amendment is intended to facilitate opportunities for local office and new economy office uses that do not require extensive office space to locate in strategic mixed-use area settings within the employment area. So essentially, the proposed official plan amendment is to expand the types of employment uses permitted. It's intended to address recent economic shifts, create opportunities for emerging sectors, and continue to protect the employment area across the city. And more specifically, it's intended to revise Section 4.4 employment and Section 5.0 implementation of the official plan. The proposed official plan amendment, or OPA, will permit local office uses and ancillary uses within select industrial lands through the submission of an OPA that will need to satisfy key locational and site characteristics, including the site area should be 0.8 hectares or less. The proposed development provides a mix of employment uses, local office uses, and ancillary uses at a minimum height of 3 stories, excluding sensitive uses, and the property should be located on the edge of an employment area with direct frontage on an intensification corridor. In addition, the OPA would need to demonstrate that the proposal would be viable in the employment area and it would not negatively impact the employment area. The city would be able to continue to achieve its intensification and density targets, and that the lands are no longer required for the long term for that particular employment use, and that it will continue to provide a beneficial impact to the community. And that the proposal would not preclude surrounding lands to develop for employment uses. And as well, that it achieves a greater yield of employment. The proposed OPA is consistent with matters of provincial and regional interest to protect the employment area for employment purposes and provide opportunities for a diversified economic base. The proposed OPA generally conforms to the official plan to retain and enhance business and employment opportunities. And the Region of Peel was also contacted, and we received correspondence that the proposed OPA is consistent to the general direction of the regional proposed OPA going forward. In terms of next steps, the application will be formally circulated for comments to the Region of Peel and other agencies. We expect to assess all feedback received following this public meeting and prepare a recommendation report in Q1 of 2020. And the report and this presentation will be available online for public viewing, and my contact information is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions? No. Can I get a mover? Oh, sorry. Is there any members of the public? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Sylvia. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I live in Peel Village, right across the road from a number of industrial sites, as Councillor Medeiros and Bowman knows, some of which have been redeveloped for more industrial stuff. For example, the old cigarette manufacturing plant has been demolished, and I believe they're putting up a 90 loading bay. Oh, okay, that got taken care of. Okay, good. But there have been a number of issues trying to redevelop a number of these parcels, and I believe this would help. It's a case of the job yield for office is dramatically higher than industrial, but on your intensification quarters, your targets for the floor area ratio is actually very low, and because of that and your proposed setbacks, plus the existing parking minimums, and your rules saying, well, you should put it under the building is actually too small to put a parking garage under it at any level that would be financially viable. So those properties just kind of sit there, and this is absolutely a step in the right direction, but it's, unless there's some other policies tweaked, you're gonna have the same issue with a 3-story, and I believe for a secondary intensification quarter where a number of the industrial sites are, that's an average of 1, which really does not give you much space to play with. The local office is good because, so I know we all want to attract head offices, but it's a case of you actually have a very large college here, And so you can actually, and you also have an incubator. So that gives you the potential to actually grow office uses within your city, and then they will need office employment later. And it's a case of, which do you think is better for the city? Wow, we opened a branch office of a multinational, or we have now developed companies within Brampton, and now they are major companies. Having the local office also allows you, I know it talks about a new mix that wasn't really talked about in the delegation, where you have a larger office building and it's divided into much smaller sections. If you have the local office, it will also support that use. You gotta deal with the parking, so Kennedy Road South, which I know you two councilors are familiar with, the rules all conflict. So you need to do this official plan amendment, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that needs to be fixed in the process. Planning staff knows this. The current official plan is a mess, and you need to come up with enough staff that they can actually execute finishing it before the end of this term. Because if you want to actually fix a number of the issues in the city, the official plan is where you have to start, because everything else goes to it. I would like you to support the official plan amendment from the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and certainly staff will take those comments under advisement. Is there anything that staff want to comment, or? We're good? Okay, thank you very much. Can I get a mover to receive the report and the delegation? Moved by Councillor Willens. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We go now on to item 4.2, application to amend the official plan, zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision, Candif Con. Ebenezer Road. Is there anyone here for this item? Going once, twice? Yes, you'd like to hear it? You'd like to hear, would you like to hear staff present on this? Yes. Yes? Okay. So I'll invite staff to come forward. Mr. or Miss Yin Shao? Yeah.
So good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, member of the public. My name is Yin Xiao, and I'm the planner assigned to review and process this application. So the subject site is located on the west side of Dominica Drive, north of Riverstone Drive. The closest major intersection is McVean and Ebenezer Road. So the site was part of the former Riverstone Golf Course, occupied by a pro shop and maintenance facilities. The golf club has ceased to operate, and the buildings on site have been demolished. And the development contemplated by this application was subject of an agreement with Riverstone as it relates to the city's purchase of the clubhouse and associated valley lands. The use proposed are consistent with the agreement. The applicant is proposing to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw to create a draft plan of subdivision for residential purposes. The development concept contains 12 residential single detached lots with a frontage of 13.7 meters. The proposal also includes an open space block and a vista block, providing pedestrian access to valley lands. The property is designated open space on Schedule A of the official plan. An official plan amendment is required
That's new. So we're just testing everyone's awake in the audience.
Okay. Hope it's all good now. So an official plan amendment is required to permit the proposed residential development. The current secondary plan designation of the subject property is low, medium density residential, private commercial recreation, and special policy 10 area. The applicant proposes to redesignate the property to low, medium density residential and valley lands. So the current zoning designation of the property is recreation commercial. The applicant proposes to rezone the property to residential single detached C and open space. City staff and external commenting agencies are currently reviewing the application. Staff have identified an existing tunnel under Dominica Drive, which is required to be decommissioned through the development of the property. In addition, the proposed draft plan of subdivision is showing an existing storm easement to be contained within six rear yards. The design should be revised to relocate the storm infrastructure to avoid encumbering private properties. A full evaluation of various technical aspects will be discussed in the future recommendation report. Staff will continue the review of the application, including reviewing comments from the public, and will advance a final recommendation report to council for a decision. We will contact and follow up those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this project. So the report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions or wish to provide any feedback on this file, please feel free to contact the assigned planner or talk to the consultant directly. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We have a resident who would like to come forward and speak to it. You can come forward and state your name for the record. Thank you. Same issue? Yeah.
I'm Naval Bajaj. I'm the resident on 29 Belishar Drive, which is the area which is, just the house faces on the back of my house faces this Green Valley land. One of the things which is, I think back and forth on this one is now we know that is the same sort of dwelling homes are coming. That's okay, but when it comes to the green land, there is no maintenance happening on that area at all. And I have in the past also brought it to the councillors also, and one of the things which is coming is that the city has not still acquired based on my last conversation, the property, and so the city cannot do the maintenance on that property. But at the same time, why the residents are being penalized for that? The city should have the control on that one also, that when a property is acquired or there is a transition, there should be something where if they have to maintain the property, they have to maintain the property. Why the residents have to face all those issues due to that? Something which needs to be reviewed and looked into, and which needs, right away some resolution on that one.
Does staff have any comments on the question? Yes.
Through Mr. Chair, I don't have details to share with committee at this point in time, or with the residents at this point in time, with respect to the decommissioning of the golf course and the maintenance within the valley. So this is an item, though, that staff can speak to within a forthcoming recommendation report that we'll be putting through to committee and responding to all resident questions at that point.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Bajaj?
Yeah, I'd like to hear that. At the same time, here, but what is the, I hear the proposal and the plan, but what is the detailed plan on the green land, especially on the, I know the understood what having a public access and the walkway, but how much portion of that and, overall how it's going to be maintained on the all the 12-month basis.
Okay. We'll make sure we make note of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe we have two other residents, Jose Honorato. Yes.
Hi. Okay, I live right at number 2 here, Pasadena, right? So I'm right behind. Okay, 13 years ago when I moved there, when I bought my house, I bought it for a reason. There was a golf course. I paid $25,000 for the lot because I didn't want to have no neighbors. I spent a lot of money on my backyard. I built a swimming pool, so now I'm going to lose my privacy. Right? Because we all paid extra money for all these lots to get that full privacy. That that golf course should have stayed there. The city only bought the golf course, they didn't bought the land there, right? Because I went for the first meeting. We pay a lot of taxes for that because of all that. So I'd like to be compensated for that. I have a swimming pool, I have all that, my privacy, I'm going to lose all that. That's what I choose to come there. Because if it was other houses, I would never buy the house. Because I was one of the first ones. And they're going to be right there. And he's not going to build bungalows, right? That's going to be big houses.
That's my understanding from the application, yes.
So now I'm going to have, I don't know, 30 people looking at me?
The staff wanted to maybe talk about then sort of the size of the units proposed.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. So the subject application plan of subdivision proposes 12 lots. Really, of those 12 lots, half of those would be facing, to the south. The residents just are adjacent to the subject lands to the south, and half of those would be facing to the north. The size of the lots themselves, they're approximately 13.7 meters wide in frontage, so they're quite large lots. And the houses that are proposed for the site are typical sizes, being 2 stories in height for each of those properties that are proposed. The issue that the resident identifies with that of loss of privacy, so that's understood by staff. Within the report that we'll be bringing forward at a later point in time, again, as always, we do speak to the resident concerns and ways in which we can, we've tried to contemplate and consider elements that could hopefully mitigate some of those concerns, but we'll be addressing those things. We'll be speaking with the applicant as well about the concerns and potential ways to mitigate as well.
Okay.
Because when you had the first builders at the beginning, like Rosehaven, whatever, they told us the golf course will be there for the rest, like could play golf, all that. And all of a sudden, everybody's gone. We all moved there for a reason, right? Yeah. I bought my house for a reason, because I wanted to stay there for the rest of my life. But now I'm going to have neighbors.
Okay. Well, we'll certainly, staff will address that, and I think we have your information here. So certainly we'll reach out and
I just want, because we pay a lot of taxes, believe me. And I pay 25,000, people pay more. I pay 25,000 extra for just that lot. If there was another house behind me, I said, okay, forget it, I'm not gonna move it. So now, all of a sudden, somebody comes and they do whatever they want.
Again, this is a public hearing, so we take all these comments into consideration when we prepare a report. So this is not a final decision today. We can't stop any applicant to bring in an application for especially a planning application. And right now, we take in your comments. Staff will ensure that we contemplate that when we're
because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna, if I sell my house, whatever, I'm gonna lose value on my house. Because I don't have that anymore. That's features, right?
Yeah.
Because I have my full privacy there.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can just add, so that the residents in the area are fully aware. Really, again, as always, staff will be reaching out to each of the residents that we do hear from tonight, and really that we hear through the processing of the application as well. So just to advise them when it is that the recommendation report will be coming forward for consideration, and they can review the recommendation report at that time and potentially delegate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Riley Kaleem? Riley Kaleem? Sorry, my apologies for not pronouncing it. Mr. Kaleem? Yeah.
I'm a retired physician, and when I was going to retire, I was living in London, and they had advertised this Livingstone that says that 12 million country club with every home. All home buyers will receive a lifetime charter family membership. The charter memberships includes the initiation fee, and you will remain a member even if you move. All buyers will be required to sign the membership contract prior to the closing. So I said, well, and I'm an avid golfer. So I said, well, I'll come and join and stay at the golf course. So that was 2008. I signed for the house in 2007 and moved here in 2008. And I enjoyed for, I think, 7, 8, 9 years. For 2 years, when I paid the membership fees, after a while, they phoned me and said, we got to refund your fee because we're going to close the golf course. So that's my first one problem. The other problem is, as previous caller said, I paid premium for my lot because there was no one behind me too, you see. And now, as pointed out, there are going to be some houses behind us now, you see. So I was devoid of playing golf for almost 2 years, and now the privacy is also gone, you see.
Okay.
So that's my beef.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
so again, just a reminder to residents, beside our staff who have your information and will be reaching out to you with some of your comments, you do have your local counselors, and certainly they're here to address any further comments or issues that may arise. Now we go to committee for any questions or comments. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to add some stuff on this application. Thank you, Bajal, for coming in. I did meet with Rob on, this is the planning, but I did meet with them on the grass. We are gonna be starting in the spring, hoping we're supposed to be get possession of this, so it'll be cut right up to the backyards. This application's been here over a year, and now I understand some people are coming forward on these homes, but back then, when they were coming in, nobody really showed up, and now it's a process that I guess I was part of the approval last year. Am I correct, Owen?
Sorry,
The
Councillor.
Riverstone, when I remember, this was part of it last year when we took over the whole golf course and all, and I
So
know
that's
myself
right.
and
There-
some other people were against it.
Yeah, so
there's
this
nothing we
is
can do?
part of an initiative where the city's been making arrangements towards really closing out of the golf course.
And this catwalk in between here, this hooks up to the lands. How wide is that? I don't see no measurement here. And I tried to find the gap in between.
Yeah, through, Mr. Chairman, through the councillor, yeah, I also do not see a measurement noted, but I could surmise that it's approximately 13.7 meters in width as well. It's quite comparable in the width at the, close to Street A, comparable to the size of the lots adjacent to it.
So are we gonna have like a little road so a truck could go by to clean the snow and stuff, or it's just gonna be just grass?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, typically with a walkway of sorts, there would be a concrete strip that would be able to accommodate then pedestrians through the area, and it would be plowed as well, I believe. We could look into those details, but then there would be landscaping on either side of the walkway as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Can I get someone to move the delegations and the report presentation? Moved by Councillor Fortini. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we go on to item 4.3. Application to amend the official plan, Heritage Credit View, Glen Schnarr, east side of Heritage Road, north of Embleton Road, Ward 6. Is there anyone here in the audience who would like to hear a presentation? Going once, twice, east side of Heritage Road. Anyone? No? Okay. Okay, any questions from members? I see nothing, so can I just get a mover of report moved by Councillor Willens. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 4.4, application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw, associate 25 Kings Road Cross, southwest corner of Kings Cross Road and Kensington Road, Ward 7. Any questions or comment? Anyone? Oh, I do see there's delegations. So I guess, would you like staff, would you like to hear a presentation? Sir, you don't want to hear a presentation? You would like to hear a presentation? Okay, so if I can have staff come forward and do a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. This is a legislative public meeting required under the Planning Act that is meant to provide information as well as seek feedback from the public on an application filed by Glenn Schnarr and Associates on behalf of the landowner of 25 Kings Cross Road. Please note that this is a proposal submitted by a private landowner and is not a proposal by the City of Brampton. My name is Carmen Caruso. I am the Central Area Planner assigned to evaluate this application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a mid-rise mixed-use building. The subject property is located in Brampton's central area. It's in Ward 7 on the southwest corner of Kings Cross Road and Kensington Road. It's in the vicinity of Queen Street East and Bramalea Road. The applicant is proposing to permit a 9-story mid-rise mixed-use building containing residential and non-residential units. The proposal requires an amendment to the Queen Street Corridor Secondary Plan and an amendment to the zoning bylaw. I will provide additional detail with respect to these documents a little bit later. Next slide is showing the map of property owners within 240 meters, within a 240-meter limit of the proposed development, who would have received direct mail with respect to this application. Notice was also provided the Brampton Guardian newspaper, as well as the City of Brampton website. To give you a bit of the area context, this is a view of the site from the northeast, so we're looking southwest. Within the vicinity of 25 Kings Cross Road, if you look at the top of the slide, it's sort of cut off there, but the Bramalea City Center. Towards the upper middle of the slide, there's the Bramalea Transit Terminal and the City of Brampton Civic Center. And then the rest of the slide, I guess you can see Knightsbridge Park and a number of high-rise residential buildings within the vicinity of the subject property. With respect to the proposal, the applicant is proposing to amend the secondary plan designation on the property to include additional land use permissions that allows high-density residential uses, as well as a broader range of commercial uses. The applicant is also proposing to amend the zoning bylaw that would establish a new site-specific zone that allows an apartment building as well as a significantly expanded list of commercial uses. Specifically, the applicant is proposing the site to be developed with a new 9-story building containing 104 residential units, approximately 1,800 square meters of a new non-residential floor area, 334 parking spaces, and applicant is proposing to maintain or keep the existing building and is proposing a future severance that would facilitate a potential condominium application in the future. The site is designated central area in the official plan. Central area designation is the part of the city where investment and intensification permitting a wide range of office, retail, commercial, and service activities are expected. A range of institutional and residential uses are also permitted. An amendment to the official plan is not required. The Queen Street Corridor Secondary Plan, it designates the property service commercial, and this designation is intended for small-scale retail service and office uses, such as personal service shops, convenience retail, and medical uses. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to allow the expanded list of uses on the property. The property currently has a site-specific recreational commercial zone. This zone permits a number of commercial uses, including a bowling alley, convenience store, and a billiards hall. A zoning amendment is required to permit the applicant's proposal. Some of the issues that we've identified to date is that the building should be configured to reinforce the street. In other words, the building should be parallel to the street and as close to the street as possible. The garbage storage is shown exterior to a building, and that should be internal to a building. Further review of the parking reduction that is proposed is required. Additional land for a daylight triangle to facilitate sight lines for vehicular and pedestrian traffic may be required. Design improvements to the existing commercial building on the property that is to remain is required. And if the parcel is severed, the functionality of the two parcels should be combined. The next slide, or this slide, shows where the staff is with respect to the review of the application. The application was deemed complete in the end of October 2019. The application has been circulated to various agencies, city departments for technical comments. The notice of public meeting was given on the property, and we are today now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's meeting, staff comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised tonight. Tonight's meeting through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, the regional official plan, the city official plan, and the secondary plan. Once the analysis and the evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. That recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by committee. Once a decision has been made on the application, once a decision has been made, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Carmen Crusoe, and contact information is posted on the screen, as well as contact information for Ms. Sarah Clark of Glen Starn Associate, who represents the owner of 25 Kings Cross. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. There's the information. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anthony Suriani? Again, if you can just state your name for public record. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Anthony Suriani, and I'm an associate planner with Gagnon Walker Domes Ltd. We represent Kings Cross Plaza Partnership, the registered owner of 17 Kings Cross Road in the city of Brampton. Our office was retained to represent our client in connection with the application filed by 1317675 Ontario Inc. for the development of the property located at 25 Kings Cross Road, City File C04E05.032. Our office has provided the City of Brampton, both via email and hard copy submission, our formal public input letter pertaining to the aforementioned application. Our client has concerns which are outlined in the public input letter, which we have submitted to the City of Brampton. And once again, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bill Dolan?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Bill Dolan, D-O-L-A-N. I'm a professional land use planner and real estate development consultant, retained, and I have been for over a decade, by Bramalea Medical Holdings Limited, and that's spelt in full, and they own the property kitty corner to the subject 25 King Cross Road. I think the actual municipal address, this clerk is going to write it down, I think 25, I believe it's 25 Kensington Road. My client's property manager supplied me with the public notice that was sent out, asked me for my professional opinion. I did my due diligence and responded back in writing to the client that from the land use planning perspective, I concluded that the proposed development scheme in total did not fit, did not respect, nor reinforce the enforced policy directives of the Queen Street Corridor Secondary Plan regarding select geographic location for redevelopment opportunities for mixed-use projects. And this is described as a mixed-use project. In addition, the language construction of the two amendments, they were drafted, I believe, and understand by the applicant, certainly not by the city, and they are wholly inadequate, lack precision, lack clarity, and lack accuracy, and they should not go forward in their present form. If I can talk just briefly about the secondary plan for the Queen Street corridor. It's not that old. The ink isn't, it's dry, but it's not all that old. It specifically produces policies where the authors would like to have seen overall redevelopment opportunities for mixed-use projects, fronting on Queen Street East, surrounding the perimeter of Bramley Center, primary office node designations, and office node designations. Two specific locations, two specific official plan designations. This property does not enjoy any of those. The justification report did not go to the very basic foundation of that secondary plan. What has happened over the course of time to justify a shift away from a policy that has been in place and successful? We heard from your planner, I think it was his first speaker tonight, dealing with allowing office nodes here and there. Well, times have changed and technology has changed, and the world markets. There's some truth to that, but that doesn't apply to this particular site. So therefore, it doesn't qualify for a mixed-use residential commercial, and it should not go forward. As Mr. Crusoe said, the lands are proposed to be divided into two lots in the fullness of time, but yet the policies in the proposed official plan amendment and the values, minimum as they are in the draft bylaw, talk about the entire site, not just the corner where they're proposing a 9-story mixed-use building. As a matter of fact, is there anybody here on staff, Mr. Crusoe, perhaps, could put up the proposed official plan amendment language? If not, I'll just move on because I know my time is very limited. What it does say is that in that official plan amendment are the words, because they want a special designation, are permitted to develop for high-density residential or commercial with an FSI of 3.5. There's nothing, and that's the end of the policy. There's nothing in there to say it must be mixed use. So at the end of the day, it could all be commercial or it could all be residential. Remember, this language applies to the entire site, and there's an existing building of about 70,000 square feet. So technically, it could happen. It could all go residential. The 9 stories could all go commercial. Totally wrong, totally wrong. And then when we get into the zoning bylaw, it's very deficient when it comes to parking. Only 25 spots are going to be put on the be one. 25 parking spots are going to be attached to the severed lands where there's a 9-story building. The bylaw then specifically says parking will be over the entire property and shared by everyone. Shared by everyone. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I would urge this committee to go to the very basic foundation of the official plan and say, the onus is on the applicant, the onus has failed, the two documents presented to this committee through the applicant lack precision, lack clarity, lack strength, cannot go forward. My recommendation is not to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions? I'm prepared to answer.
No, we're good. Our staff have your contact details, and certainly more than happy to, you can reach out to them as expressed in the presentation. I believe Mr. Caruso, you're more than happy to reach out to him as well.
Oh, by the way, I did, for the committee, I did submit about a 4 or 5 page report showing all the weaknesses and so on. I have been in email communication, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, thank you. Can I get someone to move the presentation and the delegations? Moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We go on to now item 5.1, delegations. Site-specific amendments to the sign bylaw. Quarry Edge Drive, Walmart, Ward 1. 9455 Mississauga Road, Walmart, Ward 4. And 30 Coventry Road, Walmart, Ward 8. Is there anyone here to delegate on these items? There is? Okay. Can I invite Mrs. Kelly Wassine? Withdrawn, okay. And now Rasha Hyden, or Hyder? Okay, both are withdrawn. So we're good? Okay, so I'll bring forward item report 7.1, 7.2, 7.3. Are there any questions by members of committee? No, can I move them all three? Can I get a mover? Councillor Vicente, moving reports item 7.1, 7.2, 7.3. All in favor? Hands up. Okay, carried. Thank you very much. We'll go on now to item 5.2, but before we start, I would just suggest we take a 10-minute break. And we'll come back. So according to my time, 7:52. So we will be back here at 8:10. Or let's say 8:05. My apologies. 8:05. We will reconvene for item 5.2. So members of committee, in consultation with several members, I believe that there's a desire to move the order just because there are folks who are going to be waiting here on items that I think one is being deferred. And I know we have staff here who are waiting because some of the items that were pulled out of consent. So if you don't mind, I will move forward and deal with those items very quickly so our staff can go on their way, and then we'll go, sorry?
One item?
I believe one item is a deferral, and then after just a couple of questions on the other items. Are you okay with that? Okay, so I'll go over to now Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because I understand we're a very busy agenda. I know there's a couple of hot issues. There's an item on pigeon coops. And there's some people here for that, and I think I've already spoken to one of the representatives, and they feel that it might be in the best interest to defer that to the next meeting of January 13th.
Is staff okay with that? Yeah, okay, so would you like to move deferral of the item? I believe that is...
It is item 7.8 and delegations 5.3 and correspondence 13.2.
Okay, so that is deferred as the city clerk read, moved by Councillor Dillon. All in favor? Carried, thank you. For those items that were in consent that were pulled out, so we'll go to first item 7.6, and that was Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. Just, thank you through the chair, a couple of questions on that. I just wanted to ask to make sure if this is not part of the, and control bylaw. I think it was before it goes any further. And second is, I don't know if it's part of the process or not, but I think we should have the residents as a public meeting before we do anything on this. So I don't know, maybe you can speak on it.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just with respect to the reference from Councillor Fortini about the potential of the ICBL, interim control bylaw, applying to the subject site, Councillor, I can advise that just with our zoning manager, confirmed that the ICBL area is just for the area to the south of the subject site and does not include either the subject site or the Meridian apartment buildings to the south, but rather applies to the industrial lands just in and around the area to the south. And as well, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I can comment just on the nature of the report that's with us at this point in time. This relates to the fact that there was a secondary plan that was updated some months ago by our policy friends. And just in advance of an application for an official plan amendment being proposed, just as per the Planning Act, we do have to get direction from committee and council to allow an application to be made for official plan amendment within the 2-year time span after an amendment to the secondary plan is made in a fulsome way. So this report is just seeking direction to allow the application to be made. We will go through the entire public process for planning process as it relates to the application that's intended, just once we do get, if we do get direction from council to receive the application.
Sorry, what do you mean by the 2-year?
Yes, so the planning act that, sorry?
Is it because of the in-control bylaw or it doesn't fit in?
No, through you, Mr. Chairman, the 2-year marker relates to Planning Act, from the Planning Act, where secondary plans have been amended in a fulsome way. And so where that has been the case, within the 2-year time frame to allow an official plan amendment application to be made, we have to receive direction from council.
So there will be a public meeting though on this?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, if the application is allowed to be made by way of council, through the process for that application, there will be a public meeting.
And this is normal procedure?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you.
So would you like to move that, Councillor Fortini? Okay, moved by Councillor Fortini, all in favor? Carried. And I believe item 7.8, Councillor Bowman? Oh, that's been deferred. So both have been deferred? Pigeon Coop and 7.9, was it? Councillor Singh, I think you pulled 7.9?
I also had questions. He's just with the residents right now from downstairs for the Pigeon Kua. So can we come back to this or?
Okay, but I believe, so you want us to proceed with 5.2 then?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll proceed with 5.2. The only concern is I do have staff here who want to speak about secondary units, and they're going to be here the whole night. Is this something that if you have any questions, would you like to consult with them on the side maybe?
Be Councillor Dillon can.
Okay, then we'll proceed quickly then. 7.9. Yes, please, Councillor Singh.
Sure. I had questions regarding the, I'll just wait for it. Yeah, so I had questions regarding the plumbing, just wanted an update because we're supposed to be looking at ways to inspect the plumbing using technology.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. What we've done in response to your request to explore other opportunities or technologies that might be available to inspect the below-grade plumbing, we have done some consultation with our neighboring municipalities just to see what the standard is in both Mississauga, in Vaughan, and in Toronto. And it does seem that there is limited technology available that would help us in a fulsome way. There is cammering that can be done to look at below grade, but it doesn't necessarily tell you the full story in terms of where the connections lead and whatnot. But what we have agreed to do is rather than use that as the first solution to ensure compliance. We've decided to, on a case-by-case, judge the above-grade installation for compliance. And if that leads us to believe that the plumbing was done professionally, we have less reason to doubt what was done below grade, and then we can furthermore test using either a rim test, a water test, or an air test to confirm that it is all functioning properly. So if the plumbing passes on those 2 points, then we will not be asking for exposure of the below grade. If we have failure at those 2 points, then we would proceed to ask for exposure of the below grade plumbing.
Okay, and when would the implementation of this new strategy be? Yeah.
We've sent an email out to our staff, and we've, I believe, already had the technical meeting to implement it earlier last week.
Okay, okay. And there was discussions about having a checklist provided from each sort of inspector, whether it's somebody doing plumbing or electrical. So what's the progress on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We've successfully developed our checklist for the building inspectors, and we are still going through the process of creating those for the plumbing and the HVAC inspectors. And once those are complete, then we'll have, for all 3 disciplines, a standardized service level guideline.
Okay. And can we get an update on council when that is all ready to go, so we can get a bit of a update at council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can bring back an update. When all 3 disciplines are completed, I'll bring that back to you.
Okay, perfect. And the last thing is, just briefly, the requirements for secondary units, it's 3 unrelated individuals, correct? That can be in a...
The registration bylaw doesn't speak to relationship between individuals owning the house or renting the property. And are you trying to differentiate between a rental unit and a lodging home?
Yeah. What's the when you hit 4, then you're in a lodging home, or what's that clear distinction?
4 is the number.
Okay. And where's that number 4 determined from? Because looking at the fire code, and it says it's 4 unrelated individuals. So are we just being a little bit tighter, or is there provincial legislation that says it has to be 3?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we've actually undertaken a review already, or started the process of reviewing our requirements, and we do plan to harmonize the lodging home definitions with the legislation so that there is consistency. I believe that's our direction. Is that correct, Elizabeth? Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll take that discussion further offline. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Fortune.
Thank you. St. Paul there. Sorry, Rick. On the plumbing, on these new homes, like Councilor saying, aren't they already inspected while they're being built?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, if we have records of the inspections for the newer homes, we wouldn't be asking for exposure of the below grade.
Where the roughing is already set?
That's correct.
Second, on the electrical, we have nothing to do with the electrical, right?
We do not.
Yeah, okay, that's it. And my other one was parking. So we're gonna leave it up to the renter or to the owner of the home for the parking?
That's, if I can defer that to my colleague Bob to respond to that. Yeah.
So that's the subject of another report on the same agenda. What we're proposing there is to eliminate the requirement for an additional parking stall as a requirement for the second unit.
Okay. And one other thing, I noticed on some of the these permits, we need, like around the furnace, we need these chokers on the gas line and all. We still don't have to require those, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is a building code requirement where you are sharing the same furnace for both units. That's correct. There is a shut-off required. If they were to, and the sprinkler isn't a requirement in that room if you can adequately provide the fire separation. The challenge in those mechanical rooms is there are so many penetrations, it's easier to sprinkler the building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I get a mover of the report? Moved by Councilor Fortini. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now we'll go to the delegations. There has been a request before we start the delegations regarding item 5.2 that delegation 5 and delegation 6 be moved up to the beginning. So that's Mr. Edward Wise, President of Paradise Developments, and number 6, Mr. David Stewart. Do members of committees or anyone oppose? You're fine with that? Okay, so moved by Councillor Palacio. All in favor of changing the order? Carried. So our first, and we're adding another delegation by Lorraine Regislord. Can I get a mover to add the delegations and change the order? Moved by Councillor Palacio. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So I'll invite Mr. Wise to come forward. If you can state your name, please, for public record. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, members of planning and staff, my name is Eddie Wise. I'm president and CEO of Paradise Developments. I started the company with my partner in 1972. We've been active builder developers for the past 47 years and have developed over 15,000 units throughout the GTA. We first came to Brampton about 20 years ago and have developed 13 communities with over 7,000 homes since then. We have won many achievement awards during our long history, including 3 urban design awards here in Brampton alone for our Mahogany, Lakelands, and Mount Pleasant communities. I and our development team have always been committed to strong urban and architectural design, and as our 20-year track record shows, working with city staff and the best consultants available to design all 13 of these well-planned communities that Brampton can be proud of and deserves. This project is no different. We have worked closely with city staff to create a vision for the Franciscini property, or Parkside Heights, as we have now called it. This vision is based on striking a balance between housing form and density, open space creation, environmental protection, urban design, and neighborhood compatibility, all of which we believe.
Members of the audience, if we can, again, this is going to be a long night, but we'll get through it if we respect each other and allow for anyone who's delegating their 5 minutes, and we will proceed, please.
All of which we believe meets the requirements of the province, the region, and the city. It is an infill site of high-end executive homes that, in our opinion, will enhance and complete this existing community. Your planning staff fully support our applications, and our plan is evidenced by the very robust recommendation report, which was completed after 2 years of consultation and negotiation with the city, the region, TRCA, province, and other applicable authorities. On this basis, we are asking Planning Committee to approve this plan tonight. I am very proud of our company's achievements, and I'm looking forward to working with the city to make sure this community will exceed people's expectations. I will now turn this presentation over to our lead architect, Dave Stewart, to present our vision for the community. Thank you for allowing me to address this committee.
My name is David Stewart, S-T-E-W-A-R-T, and I'd just like to provide a brief overview of the Parkside Heights community. Over the past 2 years, the Paradise team have worked extensively with city staff, regional, provincial, conservation authority staff, and the 2 school boards to design a complete community that is supported by all review agencies. Paradise Homes has engaged in an inclusive and collaborative planning process with the city, including 2 town hall meetings with residents and many meetings with staff in all departments. City staff have provided a positive recommendation report representing that they agree the proposal provides a balanced approach to density, conforms with the PPS, the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the Brampton official plan, thus confirming the development represents good planning. Although lot sizes will be smaller than what was built on 30 years ago, proposed housing will conform to strict architectural design guidelines and will include high-end detached homes and townhomes with upscale design specifications. I'd like to now highlight some of the upscale design attributes that make Parkside Heights an executive community including the protection of Chesham Pond, the expansion of Inter Heights Park, the street and lotting pattern, the range of executive housing options, active transportation network, and transit accessibility, as well as executive urban design features and sustainability measures. Chesham Pond will become a naturalized amenity that provides a green interface with the existing homes to the south and to the east. This area has been comprehensively planned with the park expansion and will include trails, environmental enhancements, wetland lookout, and educational signage. The Inter Heights Park will be a revitalized and expanded area and results in a total of 15 acres of an interconnected open space network. Paradise Homes will be funding this revitalization, and the park includes a number of recreational amenities within the park. The street and lotting pattern provides for a grid street pattern that's been planned to provide a safe, walkable neighborhood with view corridors into open space features. And a main component will be that access will occur from Kennedy Road rather than the planned extension of Inter Heights, which is shown in the red circle, meaning there will be no through traffic into the neighborhood. And this is done in order to respect the traffic concerns of the area residents. The largest lots will be located in proximity to the existing homes, and the transit supportive lots will be located along the Kennedy and Mayfield frontages, close to transit and future multi-use trails. A variety of innovative executive housing types will be provided, including singles, street towns, dual frontage towns, and an optional live-work block. The expanded range of housing that's proposed for the community will support aging-in-place opportunities, housing for singles and first-time homebuyers, as well as empty nesters, and of course, families. Special architectural design standards will be provided and enforced through the architectural control process to create a distinct upscale community. The executive single detached homes will be constructed on 30 to 55-foot lots and will range from approximately 1,900 up to 4,500 square feet. The executive design features for these dwelling types will include a greater variety of highly articulated facade treatments, classical architectural theming, high-quality materials, upscale executive architectural detailing, and a variety of garage treatments. The executive towns will be situated on 20-foot lots located in the north portion of the community. These homes will range from approximately 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. And the same executive design features found on the singles will also apply to the street towns. The dual frontage townhouses are located on 25-foot lots and will front onto Mayfield and Kennedy Road and will include the optional live-work block on Kennedy Road. These homes will range from approximately 1,700 to 2,500 square feet and include the same executive design features found on the singles and street towns. The proposed development will provide for active transportation, and this will be accommodated through a network of sidewalks and trails that support a healthy, fitness-oriented community. Multi-use trails will be extended from their current location along Kennedy Road and Mayfield Road, and pedestrian connections to the existing transit stops will be provided. The trail system through the community will now connect to the regional ravine systems on either side of the site, but which are currently not connected.
So just because we're at 5, I'll give you just some leeway now. You can try to wrap it up within the next minute.
Okay, I just want to point out 2 more slides essentially that talk about some of the urban design features that are executive and that are not found in standard housing communities, including the landscape roundabout, the wetland lookout and street K promenade, the Mayfield Kennedy Gateway feature, as well as enhanced landscape treatments throughout. So in conclusion, we trust that the Planning and Development Committee will agree that Parkside Heights is a comprehensively planned executive community with a number of upscale urban design and architectural attributes that are not found in typical standard housing subdivisions. Thank you, and the whole team is here, the team of consultants, to answer any questions that Planning Committee might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we go into our list of delegations. Our first delegation. Or I'll read the next first three delegations, and if you can make your way up so we can try to do this in a more organized process. So Tier Sharma, then Jillian Bootsma, Damien Bootsma, and then Sunil Sani. So if you can come up, state your name for public record, and again, you have 5 minutes, and please.
Hi, my name is Tier Anthony Sharma, and I live at Redtail Court. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate before the committee, the president of Paradise Homes, and this large crowd here and also downstairs. I'm one of the founders of the North Brampton Neighbors, which has 700 members, and in the last 6 months, we've been very active advocating for the community. When I was requesting a meeting with Councilors Medeiros and Fortini, I was suggested that I'd ask for additional time. So I'm asking before the committee, may I please have 10 minutes to make my presentation.
Okay, so it's moved, but again, I would just remind everyone, if we start going on 10 minutes, we don't want to say no to nobody, and you have every right, but if you can try to...
I'll keep it to 10. If I'd had that meeting, I wouldn't probably need 10, but I will take my 10.
So, do we have a mover? Yep. So we have one mover. Is all in favor? Okay.
Thank you. So on page 17 of Living the Mosaic, Brampton Vision 2040, we're told that citizens are welcomed in the design process. As a citizen that has been very vocal about this proposal, the idea of co-design has not been our experience. We're being told by the developer and the city planning staff that our feedback is valued, but the facts will show otherwise. We will briefly review the history of the proposal, and it's evident that our concerns have not been heard. So in 2005, Eva Franceschini put an application forward for 202 units, and for whatever reason, it was withdrawn, but she had obviously thought that would have been profitable. In 2017, Paradise Homes submitted an application for 382 units, and it was met with heavy opposition from the community. This application was then put in abeyance. Then in early 2019, a revised plan was submitted, and then that application had 359 units. Very few residents received the notification letter, explaining why only 80 people attended the public meeting on June 3rd. The vast majority of those in attendance were opposed to the proposal. I had authored and organized a petition, and within weeks we had 683 signatures. City planner Neil Grady said it was the largest he had seen in his 29 years. Since July, hundreds of emails have been sent from residents in opposition to the mayor, to the regional and city councilor, to the city planners, to the commissioner of planner, to the the director of planning, and in addition, several members of the North Brampton Neighbors executive group have met with them. So after all this public consultation, the proposal was modified. And with all this input, instead of reducing the amount of units, another unit was added. So now the proposal contains 360 units. How is the community's concerns being addressed? This entire section, of the entire city of Brampton, there's only 7 areas designated of upscale executive housing. This parcel of land is one of those areas. The North Brampton Neighbors are advocating that the current bylaws and the city plan be abided. When Paradise Homes originally considered this parcel of land, the Snell Grove secondary plan was in place, and policy 711G stated that infill sites needed to conform to the surrounding community. Then in September of 2018, the Snell Grove Heart Lake secondary plan, which was only a year ago, was enacted and replaced the Snell Grove secondary plan. And this new plan, this area has been called Special Site Area 2, and is still mandated that it be developed in accordance with the upscale executive housing policy section 422 of the official plan. Amending the city plan and the bylaws only benefits the developer, when actually they're supposed to protect the community. In 12/04/2018, despite knowing the conditions of the bylaws and the city plan as Special Site Area 2, Paradise went ahead and purchased the land anyways. So this begs the questions. What is the threshold? Why is the threshold for changing the bylaws and the city plan so low? Why is the planning department recommending the application when so many things need to be amended in order to accommodate it and there's so much opposition? Why is the recommendation point going against Brampton's own special housing policy when it's trying to attract resident executives? When we look at the Paradise proposal, there's a lot of well-sounding phrases and diagrams, but in fact, the facts paint a different picture. If we look on the left side, there are some direct quotes from the presentation. It says that they're executive homes, when in fact only 16 out of the 360, which is a mere 4%, actually meet the criteria as outlined in the special housing policy. 178 units, which is 49% of the development, are townhomes. Then it talks about preserving Chesson Pond. But this is an environmental requirement. The enhancements are listed as signage and as a lookout feature. Is that it? The community has raised a lot of concerns about traffic and congestion, and Paradise Homes proposal says that these have been addressed. But the traffic concerns, the lack of parking, the concerns from the Stonegate residents have not been sufficiently addressed. There are other significant concerns as well, such as the impact of schools in terms of classroom sizes, the number of additional portables that will be needed to accommodate children who will be living in this area. And as for the green space, Paradise Home has minimally contributed to new green space and plans to hijack the existing Inter Heights Park because it's building to capacity. If you look at the red circle, that's the new play structure they're proposing. If you look at the blue box, this is the existing park and green space. There's going to be an additional at least 1,500 new residents utilizing this new park, and another 720 cars being added to the area. Let's take a closer look of the proposal. It seems like the proposal is cramming 3 times the amount of houses compared to the surrounding community. If you look at Starling Court from Stonegate, when you transpose the proposal on the existing 5 lots, Paradise Home has planned to cram in 15 homes. This is contrary to provincial guidance. Bill 108 refers to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, known as the GGH, which was recently updated in September. It says within areas where planning approvals conforming to the 2006 growth plan are already in place, it's anticipated that development will generally proceed through to construction consistent with such approvals. This parcel of land fits this definition. So the current proposal contravenes the growth plan for the GGH. Later, Mark Johnson will be presenting and providing some options of what we think will be more suitable, and Mike Glover will be presenting real estate analysis of the surrounding community. If we look at the infrastructure, we believe that the infrastructure is at breaking point. With more surrounding developments underway within a few kilometers of this proposed site, consideration must be made for their impact to the surrounding community. For example, not many residents know that there's a proposal being put forth on the south side of Countryside in Heart Lake, and there's going to be another 500 to 800 residential units. This is in addition to the employment center to the north, which is currently already being developed. If we have a pictorial view, the 4 orange boxes are the developments that are currently underway. The blue box is the proposed development of the 500 to 800 units, and then the red box is the proposal that we're discussing this evening. As you can see, the impact on the infrastructure is going to be massive. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list of North Brampton. All these developments will be completed within a couple of years, and this is have a huge impact on North Brampton. Some city officials have appealed to Bill 108 as grounds for support for this development. This is not applicable, but it looks like Brampton has already reached its quota also for various residential types. According to Terry Miller, the article found in The Guardian in August 2019, it states, Brampton has approved land for development of 24,000 units of various residential types. Brampton has already done its share and has met the goals of the More Homes, More Choices Act, Bill 108. 24,000 units is evidence hard to overlook. Secondly, the key points from Bill 108 don't apply to this situation, as it relates more to the streamlining the appeals process, modifying the development charges between the city and the developers, and other points regarding the LPAT. So we can't use Bill 108 as support for this bill, for this proposal. Damien Buntsma will be speaking later, and he'll go into greater detail about Bill 108. This proposal unequivocally needs to be redrawn. With the expertise of the city and Paradise Homes' 40 years of development, a suitable proposal needs to be put forward which reflects the surrounding neighborhood. We support developing this parcel of land, but we request that the city abide by its own bylaws and plan. We expect Paradise Homes to make a return on their investment, but not at the expense of the surrounding community or Brampton's infrastructure. Paradise Homes, we ask you this. Is your legacy in Brampton going to be how many people you've crammed in each subdivision? Or, starting with this development, is your legacy going to be collaboratively working with residents, creating communities which enhance the city and the lives who live in them? And to the planning department, Brampton's 20 vision states that it will work with residents to see as it's set to grow by another 300,000 people in the next 20 years. We implore you at this critical stage while our city is about to explode with development to unanimously not carry a motion to approve this proposed development. You have an enormous responsibility as overseers of development. Residents trust you to make wise decisions which will impact the generations to come. Will your legacy be of sound planning with sustainable communities and infrastructure at the forefront? Well, time will tell. Thank you, and I'm willing to talk to anybody after this.
Good evening. My name is Jillian Buntsma. I live and work in this community. My family and I live on Caremore Court, and I'm a teacher at Terry Fox Public School on Richvale Drive. I want to thank all of you for providing my family and I the opportunity to discuss this very important matter. This pressing matter is the inappropriate application by Paradise Homes to build a development that would destroy the integrity of our unique community. I was introduced to this community 12 years ago when I started my teaching career at Terry Fox. At the time, my husband and I were living in Hyde Park in Toronto. When we decided to start a family, we knew we wanted to move somewhere that was quiet, peaceful, safe, and also shared a sense of social community. In choosing our neighborhood 6 years ago, we were comforted and relied upon the special protection of the neighborhood as it was zoned for upscale executive homes, and that any future development in our immediate area would have to meet that designation. When I heard about this application, I set out to speak to my neighbors about how this would affect us all. Our next door neighbors, Stuart and Alicia, shared the same fears that our quiet and safe neighborhood, where our combined 4 children, they ride their bikes, build snowmen on their front lawns, and run free without a care with all their fellow Caremore Court friends, could all disappear. The sad reality is that these childhood experiences are already quite rare and innocent in today's society, are possibly being sold off to Paradise Homes. It's clear that neither Paradise Homes nor the city staff in drafting this irrational recommendation report have taken the opportunity to consider the negative impact that this uncompromising plan will have on all of our families. Also, given that I'm a teacher with over a decade of experience in this distinct family of schools, I make note of the correspondence received from the school boards themselves. It absolutely baffles me that no rigorous steps were taken to understand the detrimental impact this will have upon our schools and our children's right to education. We are literally bursting at the seams, where more and more children are being corralled into our schools that are already suffer the lack of resources and space. Developments such as these put these beautiful minds at risk, where they are being forced into more and more portables. This seems to be the only plan the school boards have, and it is absolutely astonishing that we could even consider these types of developments where we all understand that it in fact will hurt our children. I point out that we as a community, through the North Brampton Neighbors Group, have tried to have a cooperative dialogue with this developer for years. Instead of trying to work with the community, it has repeatedly put forth plans that are in direct conflict, not just with the official and secondary plan, but also a deliberate attack upon our home, our neighborhood, and the interests of not just this beautiful community, but also the interests of all citizens in this city. It is without a doubt that this greedy developer doesn't care about me, my daughters, my family, my neighbors I am proud to call my friends. This city and its council members, as it has made it a point of fact that if we don't approve this proposed development, it will essentially take immediate legal action. Essentially, what they are saying is that we're not going to work with you, you are going to work for me.
Oh, tough act to follow my wife, so I'll try. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair and all members of the Planning and Development Committee. First of all, I want to thank all of you for providing us the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Damien Bunsma. I live on Caremore Court with my beautiful wife and my children, obviously, which is about 200 meters from the site proposed for the development. I'm also a member with Thier and many others of our North Brampton Neighbors Group, concerned group of hundreds of residents, citizens and voters that are against this application as it now is. To be clear, and I want it to be clear, we're not opposing development and we're not opposing this developer. We're opposing the recommendation report and we're opposing an application that represents poor planning. And at the end of the day, it would simply just be unlawful. The application is simply put as what we view as an affront to the interests of the community, the city of Brampton and its residents. Over the last several months, we've heard constant reference to the More Homes, More Choices Act, which most people refer to as Bill 108. Now, I suffer from the affliction of being a lawyer, so I'll probably talk about that a bit. Now, we've heard from members of council that the changes brought in by this act, so Bill 108 and the act itself for this development, in short, these conclusions that somehow, I can tell you, they're 100% incorrect and flawed. Nothing under this act actually causes or allows for you to deviate from your lawful obligations and or to require good planning. That good planning comes solely with reference to the development proposed itself, not the threats of legal appeals from developers. This is not a legal or valid concern. The development in and of itself is inconsistent in drastic respects in relation to the Planning Act, the official plan and its secondary plan, and seeks a gross amendment of the official plan and zoning bylaws. It is actually an unlawful attempt to circumvent the Planning Act and the official plan. So, the only mechanisms that should allow for such drastic changes is if it were so mandated by good planning, which is with reference to provincial policies or legislation. And I point to, the developers pointed to, there's the More Homes, More Choices Act, the Growth Plan, and the provincial policy statement. To be clear, this proposed development does not achieve either of these requirements to allow a drastic outstep from the city's official plan. It must represent good planning. This is the legal requirement. It's also on the onus of the developer to prove that, not for us to disprove what they're saying. The application is not in line with the provincial policy statement. First, it creates less housing and affordability of housing per person, not just because more addresses equals more homes. It's less. It seeks to reduce protections for the environment, not increase them. 3, it is no economic or job creation increase by allowing such a drastic outstep. It would be exactly the same if they stood in line with the official plan as it is. 4, there has been substantial concerns, as we've seen, how the current infrastructure or strain on that infrastructure will be impacted or exacerbated. Again, we don't have enough provided from this developer. And 5, this will not encourage or increase public safety. Again, nothing provided from the developer on that. Also, when they say it encourages mixed use, well, the Planning Act or anything under Bill 108 doesn't provide that the mixed use has to provide within the development. The city in and of itself has, because it developments, they've already decided through its official plan how it will create mixed use. Mixed use in different neighborhoods and in different communities. And having a development in line with that official plan will help the city stay within its official plan and not to deviate from that. This developer has led you to believe it will take the city to an appeal at the local planning appeal tribunal if you don't do what they say. They're not the only ones that could or would do that. So can the citizens that you're supposed to represent. Are you really prepared to allow this unlawful application to proceed for the fear of this developer appealing? I say send it back, have it reworked. Well, lastly, I've heard a great expression from one of your fellow committee members where they have said, we can work with this developer. Well, if you vote yes for this application tonight and adopt the recommendation report, you're only working for them. And at the next election, you better hope they're hiring. Thank you.
As I will invite Mr. Sani, and then Mr. Wayne Person, then Dan Kwers, I should know your name because you swear Kazuski, and then Brian Greck. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'll say the speakers so far have very beautifully summarized what the concerns for all the residents are. But in specifically, we have a major concern because this impacts my family friend, Mr. Om Prakash Lakina, the most because his property is the northwest corner, adjoining at the northwest corner of the proposed subdivision. And our opposition specifically is with the planning committee's recommendation that they highly recommend. To be very frank, we have sent in our written objection to the proposal, but nothing has been, nobody has even tried to approach my friend to address the concerns because he owns a detached home which is going to be surrounded by the townhouses on the northwest corner of the proposed subdivision. There is going to be a stormwater management system which will definitely lead to an increase in mosquitoes, other wildlife, which impacts the value, and the noise, the traffic, everything. So I don't know how the city can just highly recommend, the planning committee can highly recommend a report without addressing the concerns of the immediate neighbors, immediate property owners whose property is going to be impacted the most. No, and Thierry has basically, Mr. must say, thumbs up to you for bringing forward such a nice presentation. And I've been a part of the town hall meeting where only 2 councillors were there. I wish every single councillor was there. Then we don't really need to, the concern or the objection against this proposal is proposed, development was very much visible. I've never seen such a strong voice against or for. And there was no one, not even one single person who was in favor of the proposal. Not even single hand was raised in the proposal and everybody was against. So saying the city's planning committee highly or strongly recommends something has to be seen where the gaps are, why there is such a big disconnect between the city's planning committee and the immediate neighbors which are greatly impacted by this subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank everyone. Just to indulge me as the chair, I've heard several comments about wishing that other councillors were there and so on. Just out of protocol and a courtesy that we provide each other as colleagues, is usually the area representatives. That's what we ask residents of those areas in which you have elected representatives, that you work through them. If you had everyone engaged in everyone's area, then certainly you can understand the conflict and confusion that would cause. So I've heard several times people reaching out to myself or reaching others, but usually if you come from, in this case, wards 2 and 6, we work with your area councillors, and certainly they will put forth your views and your ideas and your objections to the report. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Parson. I'm a resident and homeowner at 30 Ramsgate Court in the Park Lane Estates, just south of the subject property. I've been a registered architect with the Ontario Association of Architects since 1994. I've specifically reviewed the document drafted to amend the comprehensive zoning bylaw 270-2004, and I'm here today to point out the concerns and inconsistencies and lack of coordination between the written portion of the document and the attached Schedule A. This is a legal document, and it will be incorporated into the city's zoning bylaw if it is passed. As has been and will be pointed out by my fellow neighbors, the surrounding neighborhoods of the subject property consist of fully detached estate homes, which include a mixture of bungalow and two-story single-family houses. The homes are placed on generously sized lots, and the current zoning for these properties are either R1A or R1B. Generally, these zones provide for larger lots measuring between 15 and 22 meters in width. The maximum lot coverage is 35%, and the minimum landscaped area of the front yards is between 50 to 70%. In comparison with the proposed amendment, for this new development, the minimum widths of lots range between 6.1 and 16.77 meters. The total number of larger lots is less than 22% of the development. Given that this property is an infill site, should it not relate and be complementary to its surroundings? The zoning amendment is requesting that the property be changed from its current zoning agricultural to a series of residential zones with varying lot widths. The combined smaller lots measuring 6.1 to 9.3 meters in width account for over 65% of the site, except for the small slivers of zones squeezed between the property and the adjacent neighborhoods. The majority of the site contains no redeeming qualities of the surrounding neighborhoods. The layout of the draft plan of subdivision is indicated on the right of this slide, and on the left is a copy of Schedule A, which forms part of the proposed amendment. I've color-coded the Schedule A in order to provide a clearer comparison between the two. The area circled here has no color and is clearly not labeled, and as such, not described within the written portion of the legislation. We don't know what's going to be built there according to Schedule A. This slide indicates 3 separate zones which are labeled R3E 7.32961. But within the written portion of the document, there is only a zone described as residential single detached R1F 13.0-2961, which within the document seems to describe the 4 special corner lots situated around the roundabout intersection. Within the draft plan of subdivision, the lots that are colored in yellow on the left there represent lots that are 11.6 meters in width. The areas circled on Schedule A on the right should be specifically indicated as these are separate zones. Instead, they are grouped together and described in the text as minimum 9-meter wide lots in the red color. Although the designated 11.6 meter lots fall within the parameters set out in the text, it does not specifically indicate that these lots must be 11 meters in width. Therefore, once construction begins, the builder-developer has the option and can choose to make each of these lots into 9-meter widths. which would result in additional housing units, and with that, additional profits to be made. Again, this slide alludes to the fact that the written description of the proposed zoning amendment does not coordinate with the Schedule A of this document. This diagram indicates the layout of the proposed additional parking spaces allotted for visitors. The parking supply note indicates that there will only be 0.66 additional spaces per unit. The majority of the spaces appear to be on the perimeter of the site designated the open space, which abuts Indoor Heights Park, the zone adjacent, and also along the other side of the street are the larger premium lots, which I'm sure will be a great selling feature to see a line of parked cars. Facing Kennedy Road, there are 4 units. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, sorry. 4 circled there, designated as work-live units. These are also mislabeled in the proposed amendment in Schedule A. Notwithstanding this error, I raise the point that there are specific parking requirements for commercial zones indicated in Section 20 of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw. Depending on the type of commercial activity, since there are no specifics identified as of yet, we are unable to determine the number of parking spots that are required. However, there appear to be no spaces indicated or reserved for these units. Where will they be accommodated? Kennedy Road has only 2 lanes heading southbound, and with the new development just completed in Caledon to the north, there is already a very busy flow of traffic being created. Will one of these lanes be blocked for parking for these commercial units? This will even cause more traffic chaos. Okay. This slide indicates the proposed layout of parking available for the dwellings within the subdivision. In Section 10 of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaws, each dwelling unit must have a minimum of 2 parking spaces per unit. The townhomes proposed will just barely make this requirement. And what about the new second units that the city is now considering, which I just heard are considering that there will be no parking for the additional units, which I think is a big mistake, and you should reconsider that. The parking requirements will definitely not be able to be obtained. These next 2 slides are letters from the 2 school boards. They were written in late November of 2017. Within both these letters, it appears that the 5 schools within the area are either nearing capacity or are already above capacity. Since these letters were written in 2017, has there been any updated accounts as to the number of students now at these schools? Have any of the updated statistics also accounted for the new development now being sold at Loafers Lake? Both school boards have included conditions that should be incorporated in the development agreement. These are the circled ones there. The clauses essentially read that school boards will not be providing bus routes into the new community, and therefore the children must be brought to other designated waiting areas within the surrounding neighborhoods. Essentially, every morning and afternoon, additional vehicles will be coming into the established surrounding neighborhoods, causing congestion and parking problems at these designated waiting areas. This may place children in danger due to the additional volume of traffic. In conclusion, I hope that have been able to shed light on the inaccuracies and flaws of this legal document. It is, in my opinion, it creates gaps in the proposal that the developer may use to their advantage in order to gain more profit. In my opinion, the document is ill-conceived and should be disposed of completely. Tonight, council has the right to demand this. Council should demand this, stand up to the developer bully, and continue to create the beautiful Flower City communities that Brampton has become known and recognized for.
Anyone else with questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the staff and the public. I don't think I'm going to get a cheer when I leave here today. I'm going to take 6 minutes and 47 seconds. My name is Dan Krasuski, and full disclosure, I am a landscape architect and a land use planner, and I worked for the city of Brampton for 31 years. And just by way of history, I spent 3 years in that unfortunate municipality to the south, Mississauga, before I saw the light and came to Brampton. And I was 26 years old, and the mayor at the time was Ken Wellens, a wonderful man, great laugh, and just an excellent mayor. And a few years later, there was another young councillor that came on board, who was Paul Paleschi. And I see a lot of the attributes in those two councillors today. I wanted to commend them on the fact that they had at least 3 informal public meetings with the residents to give them the opportunity to comment on this proposal, as well as obviously the statutory public meeting that we had. I've lived on Boreham Circle for 20 years with my family, and I've attended 2 of the informal public meetings, and of course I attended the statutory public meeting. The last meeting that was held 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was great to see the city manager was there, as well as Mayor Brown. And I just wanted to mention that I've reviewed the recommendation report and I've reviewed the associated studies. I think staff has written a very thorough report that takes into account the planning regime in the province of Ontario. It looks at the growth plan policies, it deals with the provincial policy statements, and the region appeal policies, as well as the city's own policies, the City of Brampton's official plan policies. I should state too that this report is not just from the planner. This report is from all of the departments at the City of Brampton. The functional servicing report is reviewed by the engineering department. The traffic report is reviewed by the engineering department. The environmental reports are reviewed by the engineering and the landscape architects. We've got urban design guidelines that have been imposed on this particular project that are reviewed by the urban design staff in the planning department. So it's not just one planner who's made this decision. It's also important to note that it's not just the City of Brampton staff that looked at this proposal. And I'll just refer you to your agenda, page 247, the comments from the Conservation Authority, the TRCA. And in their recommendation, they state, based on our review, the revised submission, based on our review of the revised submission, our fundamental concerns have been adequately addressed to the degree that we are now able to provide our conditions of draft plan approval. That's from the Conservation Authority. For the pond, exactly. And on page 347 of your report, the comments from the Region Appeal, the upper tier municipality in this case. And I'm just going to deal with the planning justification report. The Region Appeal also would look at the functional servicing report. They would look at the traffic report. But in terms of the justification report, they say this: we have reviewed the planning justification report prepared by Glenn Schnarr and Associates, dated April 2019, and have no concerns with the analysis and conclusions therein. The appropriate provincial and regional policies for urban development have been identified. All of these agents and your staff have looked at this particular proposal and the various iterations that have come before them and have decided that this makes sense. And in my opinion, it does represent good planning, and it is a good plan of subdivision. There was some talk about a refusal today, and of course, if it's refused, there could be an appeal to LPAT from the developer, and if it's approved, the residents can appeal it. The difference is, if this council decides to refuse this application, you're going to have to go out and hire outside counsel, outside consultants, because you can't have your own staff support the recommendation. So that's going to be, in my opinion, it's an unfortunate and I think a wasteful use of taxpayers' money. But you can do what you want. I'm just pointing it out. I believe that the proposal does strike a balance between providing large single-family lots and introducing some smaller lots, including townhouses. I heard people at the various informal public meetings, and particularly the last one, that this community should not allow townhouses. My son lives in a townhouse, and the impression seems to be that townhouse dwellers are less than desirable. They are not. I can only say that this is an unfortunate generalization. It's hurtful, and it's untrue. I come out my front door, and there are 4 houses that I look at that are the residents who originally moved into our subdivision, Park Lane Estates, have moved out. They grew a little bit older, they couldn't maintain those large lots and those big houses. And they all had to move out of Brampton, and they all had to move out of this particular neighborhood. And if there was an option for townhouses, which is being proposed in this particular instance, I think at least one or two of them would have stayed in their neighborhood, because that's what you want to do. You want to stay in your neighborhood. You want to move in when you're young, because maybe my daughter wants to move up the street from me and I can walk up and see her. They want to move into a bigger house in our neighborhood maybe later on when they get a little more established, and then they want to scale back. That's the way planning is supposed to be looked at, providing options for people. And I think this particular plan provides those options. I'm a little ahead of myself here. I raised the concerns at the statutory public meeting, in particular regarding the pond and ensuring that the architectural style of the houses maintain the executive details. I think what has been proposed and what you see from the Conservation Authority and from staff, I'm satisfied with the results that are in the recommendation report. And lastly, I just want to talk about the developer Paradise Home. I was here for 31 years, and I worked with them on many plans of subdivision in the city of Brampton. And they always got better with every plan of subdivision, from the Mahogany to the Magnolia to Lakelands and to their work in Mount Pleasant. They are award winners, and I was very happy to see that this was a developer that chose the land north of my house. But just by way of example, if you read this report, this particular development on the city sustainability metrics, which I haven't seen anybody get this highest level. They got the gold level score in the sustainability metrics measurements. So I think, again, it's showing you that they are not just coming in here and doing the same old, same old. This is the highest score that I've seen. Maybe there has been others, but I've been sort of monitoring the agenda, and this is the first one that I've seen. So again, I support the plan, and I wish you councillors good luck with your decision tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. So our next is Brian Grech, Angelo Greco, Roy Prince, and Mike Glover. If I would just ask before you start, Mayor Brown, who's here with us tonight and usually does not count for quorum, has come out tonight, and he would just like to provide some remarks as he has another engagement, and we'll be back certainly to vote, but I will hand it to you, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Medeiros. I've been to one planning committee meeting in the last year. I'm not actually on the committee, I'm ex officio, but I promised Councillor Paleshi and Willens that I would attend the town hall they had in their riding and come to this planning committee because they stressed how important it was. Normally I get an opportunity to speak to these matters when it goes to council, and sometimes the minutes are not reopened. I suspect this one there may be an additional opportunity to speak to it at council, but just in case it didn't occur, I wanted to make sure that I was here tonight. The town hall that I attended was certainly the largest that I have seen, and for me that was evidence that there is some passionate concern about this. I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective as a ex officio member of this committee before I have to step out, and I do hope to get back. I suspect this is going to go late tonight, so I'm sure you'll still be going when my next engagement is over. The first thing I wanted to say is the context we're dealing with right now in Ontario is a provincial government that is certainly, if you look at the scales, is more favorable to developers than has been previously the case. So you talk about Bill 108, I think the reason why you reference it is there is a changing dynamic in Ontario that restricts municipalities. We're in a more difficult position than we were before. Your Brampton City Council has passed resolutions spoken against Bill 108. We believe that it's wrong to inhibit the rights of municipalities to protect parkland, to fight for our residents, but that's a different battle that's going on right now, and I've joined with big city mayors expressing our frustration with Bill 108. Obviously, when you look at Bill 108 and you look at the LPAT, that sentiment is going to help shape the current direction of planning policy in Ontario. I think it would be foolish to think it's simply going to be only Bill 108. I think that's going to be the sentiment across the provincial government. So with that in mind, I think it's important that we negotiate the best deal possible for the residents of Brampton. I've always believed as mayor that you have to trust the ward councillors. They're the ones that live in the area. They're the ones who hear residents at the grocery store, at the convenience store, and I try to defer as much as possible to what they're hearing from their community. And I think Councillor Willens and Councillor Pleshy have been, I know at least to myself, quite vocal in their opinions, and you're going to hear that later tonight in terms of their concerns that this isn't the best deal possible for the city of Brampton. I believe when you look at development, it needs to reflect the character of the neighborhood, that that's our responsibility, that if you're going to see a new development, it flows with the character of the neighborhood. And frankly, you've poured your investment, your time, your saving, your life into this part of Brampton, and the last thing you want to see is that diminish. It's one of the challenges we have with development. Obviously, we want new homes for residents to live in, especially a city that is such a popular destination as Brampton. But at the same time, you don't want to dilute the quality of life that we have. And so I think that's our greatest challenge here, is to make sure that we do our best to protect your quality of life, that we don't dilute it. And after hearing the concerns of the ward councillors and looking at this, I believe that we can do better, that it may be a difficult legal process, but I wanted to put it on the record that I support the ward councillors, that I believe this isn't the best deal for the city of Brampton, and when residents speak in such large numbers, it's not something we can ignore. Having said that, I would note, I know it's easy to be critical of developers. I would note that I hope if this application isn't successful, that we would have a collaborative effort, once again, to look at what could be a solution that would move forward more successfully. And you know, I'm not going to criticize this this group of developers, because when we've had fundraisers in the city, they haven't said no once. When it comes to supporting the hospital, when it comes to supporting local causes, they've been supporters of the community. But I just can't support them on this. I'm going to support the ward councillors, and I wanted my opinions on the record that I do not support this tonight.
Okay, thank you. And again, we'll hand this now to Brian Greck. Is that him?
Yep.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, and council and public. This is going to be a little bit different presentation. I'm going to focus on something a little different here. Okay, the slides are already starting differently. So I'm going to be talking about the stormwater management system that's proposed, the bioswale area next to the wetland. I'm going to talk just briefly about the provincial significant wetland. So first of all, my name is Brian Greck. I've been a resident of Lismore Court for 20 years. I'm a professional civil engineer with 39 years experience in water resources and environmental engineering in the Greater Toronto Area. I have attended and participated at most town hall meetings and the public meetings for the subject development. I have been informally following the development of these lands since 2005 through the occasional contact with the City Planning Department. I became involved with this development site to offer my expertise and first-hand knowledge of the area for the purposes of presenting or preserving the quality of the neighborhood and environment, and to ensure the city assumes a development that is sustainable, meets or exceeds minimum regulatory standards and provincial policies, provides a safe and healthy place for the residents of Brampton, and respects the existing community. While I have many similar concerns regarding the land use density as my neighbors, I focus my efforts on reviewing and commenting on the Master Environmental Servicing Plan, with specific attention to the provincially significant wetland and to the proposed bioswale stormwater management facility. Oops, okay, all right, that's just the cover page of the MESP document. On June 10th of 2019, I provided the city with a detailed formal set of comments on this report. I also provided several general comments regarding my concerns on the proposed land use plans. On October 9th, 2019, the city provided me with a very professional response prepared by the developer's engineering consultant. Upon receiving the response from the city to my comments, I was also then provided with the latest version of that report. The city did not provide me with any responses to my land use planning comments. Oh, okay. These are going a little differently here. Anywho, on the slide here, I'm just showing back in 2005, there were a number of recommendations that were made. And I've just highlighted here with each of the check marks, each of the things that the proposed plan has addressed. One of the things that was recommended was the provision of a roof drain collector system to maintain the water budget in the wetland. That has been provided. They were to keep the development outside of the 30-meter buffer zone. For the most part, they've kept that. There's no road coming from Inder Heights or Eddystone in through the wetland. The linkage of green space to the wetland area, they've also provided a bit of that. And they've also separated the wetland function from the regular operation of the wetland to the wetland. The original plan had to mix together, and now they've separated it for most regular operations. I still have some concerns, however, with the thoroughness of the drainage analysis prepared for the wetland and proposed stormwater management facility. I have concerns regarding the possible risks for flooding to private property and a reduced level of service to the existing drainage infrastructure. Environmental engineering staff at the city have independently raised a similar concern to the planning department in their email dated the 24th of June 2019. In my professional opinion, the analysis of the wetland needs to consider all sources of flow into and out of the wetland. So that's those red arrows going into, there's water going into the wetland, and another arrow coming out. They've recognized the dotted line on the right where it's connected to the sewer system, but the connection to Lismore has not been included, or any other water going into the pond. Even if considering these existing drainage features has no direct impact on the proposed servicing of the subject property, because they are logically connected to the proposed infrastructure and wetland, they should be included for completeness and accuracy. Without this consideration, there's a loss of confidence in the analyses completed. Other related concerns include the following. The stormwater management, okay, so the slides aren't all working here, but they're supposed to show you everything coming in. The key thing here is from the proposed stormwater, from the existing pond, the report states that there's an overflow, a relief, those yellow arrows provide flood relief to the system. The problem is where that smaller arrow comes in, that's about a meter lower than Tweedsmuir where the water is supposed to go. So the water level has to rise by a meter over the lowest point in the walkway. That would result in about 3 feet or a meter of water going through the discharge onto Lismore Court. So there's an existing pipe, 250 millimeter pipe, which discharges water onto Lismore Court. So the hydraulics of how that works and whether it's going to take away capacity from the existing system is unknown. And I think, in my opinion, you need to understand all these things, because if flooding does occur, the consequence would be blamed on the development and not what might actually already exist for all we know. So right now, where that dark, or that yellow line, you can see right here, where the arrow, it's all messed up here, these slides. So the low point where this blue arrow comes into the asphalt, that's a meter lower than the spill. So if you look at the high elevation where the water is to spill, it's at the same elevation as the lots. So in order for that flood relief to occur, and that's an existing situation, but if we add more water to it, we could worsen it. or something could happen and it could be blamed on that development. The existing 250 millimeter concrete pipe is located in the wetland. This pipe is connected to the sewer on Lismore Court. It provides flow to the sewer system on a regular basis. So every spring, the pond discharges, it drains out and goes into the sewer system. My concern is with the extra water that's coming from the system, is it going to flood or take away the capacity that we should be having? Sewer systems are also only designed to provide a certain amount of capacity. Once that capacity is used up, everything starts to back up. The pond will not discharge, so the overflow from the stormwater facility, will it have sufficient capacity to go into the wetland? I also believe that the proposed bioswale will not function as shown on the plans. The proposed filtration system has no underdrain, or the local soils are not suitable for infiltrating in the water. So once that storage water is used in the media they got there, there's no discharge. So the function it's supposed to provide doesn't exist. The possibility of this inability to work has actually already been recognized in the MS-DOC, in the Environmental Servicing Plan. They acknowledge that this might not work. Well, if it's not going to work, then why do we keep it in there? What are we doing? And I think part of the problem here is that, like the other gentleman said to me, everybody's put their contributions into this, and they're all trying to satisfy everybody's mandates and desires, but together it doesn't work as a unit, and it needs to be rethought. Not being able to provide the intended functions will not satisfy the TRCA requirements, will reduce any spare capacity of runoff storage within the wetland, and could cause more frequent overflows to into the wetland. And I also think this would also end up causing a lot of clogging of the outlet. So what will happen is you've got this shallow ponding of water. Cattails will grow. They show this nice drawing with a meandering kind of thing. That won't grow. So that won't sustain itself.
Sorry, if you can, we've almost doubled your time, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got completely off the slides not
again,
working.
I know, usually we go 5 minutes. Our protocol is to move for more minute. We've showed leeway all night. Understanding.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you can wrap that up, thank you.
Yeah, all right. I'll leave it at that.
Hi, please state your name for a record.
Angela Greco. I'm a Brampton resident for 22 years and counting. I am all for this project. I think it will bring modern and urban touch to Brampton. I think it targets all audience. For example, from starter homes to upgrades and to downsize for the people of Brampton. I have lived in Brampton my whole life, and I am currently in a resale home, which I wouldn't mind selling and moving to a new build, preferably in that area, especially because it is close to my parents and family. Just by looking at the designs and plans, I feel like it's an upscale and will bring much value, not only to the city, but to the businesses as well. From looking at it from all angles, I also feel like it's very appealing from the street views and within the community, not like currently right now Williams Parkway. Let's be honest, population is growing, demand on houses is crucial. The parks and the pictures seem like a beautiful area for our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to grow. Like I have enjoyed all of Brampton of pretty much my whole life. May I add, I feel like everyone behind me has lived and honored that area about 20 to 30 years plus. While I don't see why myself or other starting off families can now live in that area as well and in a new build, because sometimes we don't have the time for larger lots or older homes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Prince, Mike Glover, Mark Johnson, and Terry Karen.
Hello, my name is Roy Prince. I live on Ken Park Avenue, and I've been there for 35 years in Stonegate. I adamantly oppose the proposed development plan put forward by Paradise for the 49-acre site at the southwest corner of Mayfield and Kennedy for the following reasons. The Paradise proposal of 360 dwelling units of a mix of townhouses and detached houses is contrary, obviously, to the existing official plan of upscale executive housing. It would greatly diminish the value of the surrounding subdivisions should it be approved. Stonegate residents would face a wall of townhouses on the west side of Kennedy Road, which strangely enough includes live work businesses operated out of some of the townhouses, thereby creating traffic and parking chaos in Kennedy Road. Stonegate residents would be subjected to additional traffic on Ken Park Avenue from Kennedy Road to Stonegate Drive through the proposed access from Paradise's development to Ken Park. As part of their proposed residential development, Paradise submitted a traffic impact study prepared by BA Consulting Group dated April 16, 2019. I reviewed this report and offer the following comments. On page 5 of the report, in reference to the preferred northeast travel between Caledon to the north and Brampton and Mississauga to the south, as well as Highway 410, the study states that the reason for the very heavy AM southbound Kennedy left turns and PM right turns off Mayfield to Kennedy is due to the new development, formerly known as Strawberry Fields and now Southfield and Keldon, not having completed connections to Heart Lake Road. I can see no evidence that there are any plans in Caledon to connect Kennedy and Heart Lake Road north of Mayfield to ease the traffic congestion that currently exists on Kennedy Road, so obviously it's going to continue in the foreseeable future. On page 7 of the report states, although a modest volume of traffic has been assigned to Ken Park, and that's a bit of a joke, to Ken Park via Stonegate Drive to and from Mayfield for the purpose of analysis, traffic infiltration through the residential neighborhood is expected to be low. There's obviously no basis for this conclusion. That's purely fictional. On page 11 of the report, it states that Arctic Turn Avenue, which is the new avenue that's going to connect up to, it's going to connect to Kennedy Road, approximately 240 meters south of Mayfield, and will form the west approach of the existing Kennedy Road, Ken Park Avenue on signalized intersection. A traffic signal warrant has been completed for the proposed Kennedy Road, Ken Park, and Arctic Turn intersection. Residents from Paradise's proposed subdivision will most certainly use Ken Park Avenue and Stonegate Drive as a shortcut to and from Highway 410 in Mayfield. Plans to construct a traffic signal at Ken Park and Arctic Turn Avenue just 240 meters south of Mayfield will obviously interrupt the flow of the many cars that drive south on Kennedy Road. I also reviewed the traffic impact report prepared by Brampton planner Stephen Dykstra and determined that he accepted the traffic impact report prepared by BA Consulting Group on behalf of Paradise. Dykstra's report also states that the site will generate in the order of 215 to 270 two-way vehicle trips in the weekday morning and weekday afternoon peak hours. I say it's too bad that Paradise didn't simply adopt the Francisini 2005 subdivision plan, which called for 202 single detached dwellings. A lot less traffic will have resulted, more in line with the estimated vehicle trips of 215 to 270. The statement that 359 dwelling units will only result in 215 to 270 vehicle trips is of course ridiculous. The other access to and from the proposed development will connect to Kennedy Road, approximately 520 meters south of Mayfield. There's no proposed exit from the development to Ender Heights, which I do not really understand. There are traffic lights at Ender Heights and Mayfield, although there has been some attempt to make them temporary. I'm not sure if they're up. Oh, that's Mayfield and Kennedy, sorry. The other one is, which doesn't really matter. I thought I'd have something just because everybody else had slides. So. Anyway, finally, I never could understand why our local councillors seem to promote the idea that Paradise's development plan was a good thing for the community and the constituents. Based on my experiences gained from my career as an investigator and director of the Toronto Investigation Division at CRA, it usually is all about money, so I decided to satisfy my curiosity and try to determine if there were any donations made to the councillors by or on behalf of those connected to the development industry for the 2018 Brampton municipal election. A detailed examination was undertaken. It was determined that some, but not all, councillors had received donations from the officers of Paradise and other associated companies. The total donated is significant. I have concluded that this money flowing into our local election from outside represents interests outside and to some degree potentially distorts what representative politics should be about. The influence of the development industry is not remote and directly affects the quality of life of residents. That could not be more evident than the effect that this inappropriate development will have on every one of us should it be approved. Thanks.
Yes, please come forward, state your name, please.
My name is Mike Glover, and I'm a resident of the neighborhood. Why are we on the last slide?
I'm trying to speed up.
We're on the last slide. Keep going, all the way to the front, please. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Have at it, keep going. Could you reset my time, please? It's not my first rodeo. All right, so if you want to go to the first slide, where's the clicker? Oh, thank you. Excellent. This is me. I'm an executive management consultant, enterprise architect, currently the CIO for the Canadian National Exhibition. I have a degree in computer science, logic, mathematics, and a specialty in heuristic analysis. The reason why I'm up here is I did the numbers on the resale houses prices in the neighborhood, because it turns out I'm probably the only one that has, and I've been in the neighborhood for quite some time. I'm going to talk about two major things here: the future of this development, the math of this development. The future, well, first and foremost, you can't unring this bell. Once you develop it, you can't undo it. So I'd like us to take some prudence in what's being said tonight. The city's conveniently ignoring the other medium-density homes in the neighborhood and communities within communities previously developed. Just so happens there's actually a 4-year-old development very close to where we are. It's about 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers away. It's about the same size, well, actually about half the size. And I took some pictures November 24th around noon. This is what you see. First and foremost, the picture on the top, that's the architect's rendering. It looks nice. It's pretty, big driveways, nice garbage and nice gardens. No garbage cans, no garbage, and no cars in the street. Looks attractive. What you do get, however, is small car drive, no gardens because there's no space, garbage cans everywhere, cars clogging the road, and absolutely zero character, unless it reads a character, then it has tons. There's a phrase in the IT world that says, do not confuse sales with delivery. That's exactly what's going on here tonight, okay? This is what it actually looks like. You'll notice there are garbage cans in every house, in front of every house, and there's garbage all over the place. And it has zero to do with the residents. It has everything to do with the really bad architectural design of this layout, which is precisely what's being presented here, by the way. You'll notice that there is garbage all over the roads as well. And by the way, I took these pictures on Sunday. There are garbage collections on Wednesday, so this is fairly normal for that neighborhood. And I've driven through there a number of times. This is not an example. This is typical. Cars all over the place. I took the 2 pictures on the left. The one on the right, that's a Google shot, by the way. You'll notice that the parallels are exactly the same. The roads are absolutely clogged with cars. In fact, you can't drive down that road without having to keep juxtapositioning yourself with other cars coming in and out. Oh, and corner lots. Everyone's parking on the corner grass. That's what this is going to look like, guys. Where are you? There you are. That's what you're going to do to our neighborhood. What does this mean? Well, 1,100 to 1,900 additional residents, give or take, 700 to 1,000 additional cars, more congestion, more fatal accidents, and more crime. And when I talk about the fatal accidents, the amount of fatal accidents and accidents that have increased in Brampton, if I remember my stats correctly, in the last 4 years has increased by 43%. And I think that's a PRP stat. So we've been told Partac wants to sell these units for anywhere between 800 to 1.1 million, depending upon the home. You've got a very ambitious pricing model, otherwise known as unrealistic. I've actually spoken to a number of real estate agents and went through MPAC and pulled out some information with regards to what prices are bearing in our neighborhood. It seems to be about 630K, which is in line with townhomes in Howard Lake and Beauvert. You'll notice that these are recent shots. These are houses currently up for sale right now. You'll also notice they're up for sale for 48 days, 46 days, and reduced. The green arrows, by the way, just to call your attention, these are professional real estate pictures. Those are garbage cans everywhere. Oh, there are more. 615 is where that price point seems to be driving towards. And by the way, once again, these are professional pictures. The reason why there are garbage cans everywhere is because there's no room to put them. Period. Mathematically speaking, that's the only space they have. It's not the residents' fault, it's the architect's fault because they didn't think it through. These are the prices going in our neighborhood. You'll notice that they're well above $1 million. And these are actual resale prices that have happened in the last 60 days. Here's a nice one. You'll notice that there is a value there of $1.382 million on an average price for the neighborhood. I also call to the fact that there is no garbage can in front of that house. And that house flipped very quickly, by the way. It did not sit on the market long, and that's $2.4 million. Let's call it 2.5. Your price point, you're looking at about 650. You're going to bear out 234 million. Even at 750 per home, you're still netting 271. Bearing an aggregated price of $1.5 million for 190 units, you're actually going to make more money, guys. If greed is your motivator, luxury homes is where you should be examining. The infrastructure, from the city's perspective, you're going to need twice the amount of infrastructure required because of electricity, gas, and water. The margin on the luxury homes is higher than the townhomes. The townhomes require firewalls, soundproofing, and all sorts of other building codes that I'm not an expert in, but I did do my homework and went, wow. So I really don't understand why we're debating this. And I'm speaking to you two, because you came up here and presented. This neighborhood's prepared to work with you. We're telling the truth. You could make more money if you build the houses in the nature of the neighborhood.
As I appreciate the decisions with council today, it's not with the developer or
Okay.
it's not. So
All right. Well, I'll just let them listen.
Well,
I will say, though,
the
and I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay? You can French this up any way you want. You can call a townhome an executive luxury suite. My hot tub is bigger than 6 meters. So I suppose on the upside, I've got an luxury upscale hot tub. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there were questions at the end. So just for members of the audience, councilors have expressed interest to ask questions on regarding certain delegations, but just to ensure that we get through the delegations, I've asked that they refrain and wait to the end. So if you remember, make note. Yes. A point of order has been requested by Councilor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So while I appreciate all the residents and their passion towards this issue and this application, I'm going to ask that we try to be respectful of where people live. I live in a townhouse, and I have family who live in townhouses that were just displayed there. And if anyone lived in a place that was being laughed at or being insulted in the way that I just witnessed now, they would be incredibly insulted.
So I'm going to ask for a little bit of respect from the residents with respect to laughing about where other people live across this entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Point noted. Please state your name, please.
My name is Mark Johnson. My wife and I have lived at 24 Ender Heights Drive for over 30 years. I have a degree in civil engineering, and I'm a member of the Professional Engineering Associations in Ontario and Alberta. And I've worked in the development and construction industry for over 40 years. The Brampton Official Plan in Section 4.1.2 states the following. Upscale executive housing is a low-density form of housing characterized by high-value, high-quality houses on large lots located in areas with enhanced street designs, open spaces, and related community amenities. The minimum lot frontage for single detached homes in these communities is 15 meters. A variety of lot sizes, with many sufficient-sized lots to accommodate 3-car garages, shall be provided. Bylaw 177-2018, enacted just over a year ago, specifically designates this property at Mayfield and Kennedy to be used for upscale executive housing. Having said that, I decided to investigate possible concepts for the layout of the subdivision, which would embody the aspirations of the Brampton Official Plan, satisfy the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods, yet still yield a commercially viable development. What I'm about to present is conceptual only, as I have no detailed information on site grading, sewer, water main servicing, setback requirements, etc. Now, if we are to respect the character of the existing neighborhoods that completely surround the property, we should first take a look at what constitutes the neighborhood character. The slide you see is a Google map of the property in question and the surrounding neighborhoods. What struck me was the large number of cul-de-sacs and courts in the area, which make for quieter streets and much less intense traffic. I counted 24 cul-de-sacs and courts just in the immediate vicinity. The current Partech proposal has 0 cul-de-sacs. Large lots on wide tree-lined streets make up the other characteristics of what the OP describes as upscale executive housing. So Partech has made no effort whatsoever to incorporate these characteristics of the surrounding neighborhoods. Now, using my own property as a starting point, I laid out a series of lots using 20-meter lot frontages, along with 20-meter street rights-of-way. To make for a financially viable development, I also incorporated 15-meter wide lots, and despite the minimum requirements of the OP, I also incorporated a number of 14-meter wide lots. Respecting the need for stormwater management, access to green space for residents, and to minimize traffic dumping onto already overcapacity streets, I came up with a number of possible concepts. This layout would yield approximately 188 single-family housing lots of varying widths, approximately 40 of which back onto green areas, which would command a premium price. 17% of the lots have 14-meter wide frontages, and none of the 14-meter lots are on the perimeter of the property facing the existing neighborhoods. Concept A looks to keep access to and from the entire development contained within the property. The north stormwater management pond and surrounding green space speak architecturally to the Stonegate Park on the east side of Kennedy, as well as to the wetlands on the northeast corner of the intersection. The green space shown along Kennedy in the middle of the development will also accommodate a playground of a size similar to that currently found in Ender Heights Park. This is a next slide. This is a variation on Concept A, which would have a limited number of lots exit onto either end of Ender Heights Drive, severely restricting the amount of additional traffic which the existing residents would experience. The rest of the layout remains virtually the same as in Concept A. These are just 2 of 5 similar layouts I created, all of which conform very closely to the requirements of Bylaw 177, respecting lot sizes, road widths, and the overall character of the surrounding neighborhoods, yet would still yield an acceptable profit for the developer. Clearly, there are options that would allow the local residents association and the developer to work out a mutually acceptable compromise. The existing residents are not, and I will say that again, are not against the development of the property, but we do believe we have the right to insist that City Council follow the official plan and the bylaws that they themselves have enacted. The current Partech proposal in no way even approximates what these documents contemplate as an acceptable development on the property. In conclusion, I would encourage you to reject the current development proposal, which is nothing more than an obvious and blatant attempt to maximize short-term profit to the permanent and long-term detriment of all other stakeholders, current and future. It clearly does not conform to Bylaw 177. If City Council will not abide by their own bylaws, can you tell me, why should the other residents of Brampton abide by city bylaws? Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. My name is Terry Caron. I live at 31 Fernbrook Crescent, which is in the Stonegate development, and my husband and I have owned our property for 33 years. I am retired after a 34-year career in municipal government, 13 years as a CAO and in-house counsel, and 21 years with the City of Vaughan as the Deputy City Manager and City Solicitor. When I joined the then town of Vaughan in 1981, the population was 25,000 people. And when I left for a new opportunity in 2002, the population was 210,000 people. I have seen a lot of development, and I have worked with a lot of developers. And I know that it is possible for infill development to complete a community and respect and maintain the existing character. It takes a strong council and staff to work with the developer to arrive at a design that reflects good city building so that we can all be proud of, and that is still very profitable for the developer. Currently, this project is not compatible with the long-established, mature, existing community it is located within. Right now, the Kennedy Road streetscape from Mayfield Road down to Conestoga Drive is a beautiful landscaped urban corridor, primarily developed with single-family detached dwellings fronting on internal roads and backyards onto Kennedy. There is uniform fencing and landscaping, and this is on both sides of Kennedy. The exceptions to this is some parkland and a handful of very large single-family dwellings that are set back. The proposed plan to front on Kennedy Road dual frontage townhouses is not compatible and deviates completely from the existing Kennedy Road corridor. In discussing the provincial policy statement, city staff indicate that while the dwelling types are not the same, there is a logical transition of density. Well, that is currently not true, but it could be achieved. To provide a proper transition, the new development abutting Kennedy should provide for single-family dwellings fronting on internal roads with backyards on Kennedy. They can be smaller lots than those in the existing developments. A uniform boundary fence and a landscape strip would then complete the Kennedy Road streetscape. The development could then transition to higher densities and more intensive built forms as it moves inward, with densities reducing again as the development again meets existing homes. But 360 units on this piece of land is ridiculous. Not only is this current proposal calling for 360 units, it includes 4 live-work townhouse units, and that will result in chaos on Kennedy Road. The reality, as has been said by other speakers, is that most families owning homes in the proposed price range require 2 incomes and therefore have at least 2 cars. And with the need for intergenerational families cohabiting increasing due to the economy, many include more cars. All this traffic, combined with school buses, city buses, and the activity of these proposed commercial units that require parking on a road widening will result in chaos. We know this wasn't thoroughly thought out because in the conditions of draft approval number 65 dealing with access, it refers to access not being granted on Mississauga Road. Well, Mississauga Road is 7 kilometers away. Obviously, it's not originally thinking on this site. it's using a template. We can do better, and we need to do better. This isn't solely about maximizing the developer's return on this property or meeting the words of some broad brush provincial policy. This is about completing a community where thousands of people are already living and ensure that this site, the hole in the donut, so to speak, is filled in a way we can all be proud of. City building requires a balanced partnership between the development community and the city. A developer I much admired always said he would rather spend his money getting on with building a development that he, the city, and the surrounding community could be proud of, rather than paying the fees of lawyers, planners, traffic engineers, and incur a delay that an appeal will cost. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we are not asking that there be no development, and we are not asking that this application be refused outright, but rather, we have a beautiful community that we all love. And to that end, we respectfully call on you to refer this application back to city staff with a clear direction to work with the developer to make the necessary changes that will bring it into conformity with the character and the streetscape of the long-established and mature community in which it is located. Thank you.
So, Mr. David Lang, speaker 15. Can I get the list? Following is Rajveer Guman, Pavan Sharma, and Tom Simpson. If you can line up, please go ahead, Mr. Lang.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and members of committee, members of the public and staff. I appreciate the opportunity of speaking with you tonight. My name is David Lang. I've lived in the community just south of Conservation Drive for 36 years. And my house does not back directly, obviously, onto the project, but I will be affected as much as anyone who is a street or more away. And I support this proposed development. I get why my neighbors are upset. The development will be different than the surrounding area, and with change comes fear. And I, too, am concerned that this development may deliver the negative consequences that are often associated with higher density, including traffic congestion, crime, and loss of surrounding property values. But we are not in Kansas anymore. Life has changed since I bought my house 36 years ago. We are living in a climate emergency, and it requires transformational change in the way that we develop our cities. And I also see this development as having the potential to be a catalyst for positive change in our neighborhood and in our city. Growth in Brampton is not an option, but we do have choices about how our city grows. Land is the most valuable community resource that we have. We must wring every bit of value out of it that we can, not just in terms of profit for the developers or in terms of tax revenue for the city, but in delivering a high quality of life for Brampton residents. Now, the evidence is clear. Poor land use decisions made over the past 30 years have given us urban sprawl that is not sustainable economically, environmentally, or socially. Urban sprawl is the disease that manifests itself as higher taxes, more traffic congestion, disconnected, unhealthy communities, and environmental degradation. We cannot expect to continue to make the same poor decisions and expect different results. The evidence also indicates that higher urban density is the antidote for urban sprawl. That growth pays for growth, keeping tax increases affordable through reduced per capita capital and operating expense, and reducing our energy intensity and carbon footprint. And higher urban density is also the key to creating walkable, bikeable communities where neighbors know and trust each other, where access to nature, parks, and trails is around the corner, where public transit is at the end of the street instead of cars, where fine dining and entertainment are within a 15-minute stroll, where plentiful high-paying jobs are just a few blocks away, and where street life is more than an army of competing lawn care services. The diagrams and renderings hold great promise in portraying what I believe is an aesthetically beautiful community. I am relying on staff to deliver on the promise of an upscale executive residential urban complete community in a compact urban form, and one that will fit into the surrounding area while achieving a sustainability score, as Dan mentioned earlier, that is at least a gold rating. I'm relying on council to ensure that this development is not built in isolation, but will take place within the context of the 2040 vision, and that will give us Brampton that is economically, environmentally, and socially sustainable, leading to affordable and a high quality of life for my fellow residents and me, as well as future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please just state your name for record.
My name is Roger Guman, and I just want to say that just a little bit about myself. I live currently south of that where the proposed development is with my family. I lived in Heart Lake for the past 24 years, went to school there. I still have friends there, and I work in the area too. I want to remain there I want to live in the Heart Lake area with me and my fiance. We're planning on getting married, buying a first time new house, and that's the area that I was looking into so I could stay close to my parents. And that's what just mainly with the affordability and everything, there's no way I can afford a $1.1 million house or these big single detached lot sizes. That's why I was here, that I'm looking more into like the townhouses and the semi-detaches, and I'm all for the project. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 17, Pavan Sharma.
I'll decline. I think most of my comments have been said.
Okay, thank you. Tom Simpson. Mr. Simpson? Sorry? Oh, he had to leave? Okay. Kavika Bourbeau. My apologies for pronunciation. If you could just state your name for public record.
Yes, good evening. My name is Kavika Bourbeau, and I just want to say good evening to the members of the committee and staff and members of the public. Thank you so much for spending this time listening to us, because I know it's a long night. I did want to say, first of all, I don't think we're against townhouse people or people that live in townhouses. I grew up in a townhouse. My husband grew up in a townhouse. That's not what this is about. This is about the density issue. And I respect people that live in the townhouses. I respect people that live in semi-detached houses. I grew up in a townhouse, like I said. I've lived in Brampton most of my life, and I live on MacArthur Heights. I've been there for about 8.5 years, which is a lot less than most people here. But I will say the reason I moved there was because it's a quiet neighborhood. There's not a lot of traffic. Because we were out at Sandalwood and Chincoosy, and there was lots and lots of traffic. And I chose this neighborhood to live there, to have 2 beautiful kids there, where they have a lot of green space. It's a lot of quiet. And so I really, really implore you to respect the bylaw as it is. Please don't amend it. I am not against housing. I don't think anyone in this room is against houses being built in this location. We're just opposed to the amount of houses being built there. 359 units is way too much. So please realize that's where we're coming from. We're coming from a good place. We don't want to offend anyone. The other thing I will say is just facts. There were 683 signatures that opposed the bylaw amendment, and that's the highest signatures that council has ever received. So please take that to heart, because there's 683 people who actually took time to sign this petition. There are many people here tonight, many people in the atrium, many people that have been at the town halls opposing the amendment of this bylaw. The other thing I will say is that I don't think our infrastructure can handle the volume of houses of 359 that are being proposed. It's just going to make a busy, busy neighborhood and lots of traffic accidents. And the schools, my kids already are always in portables. We can't afford any more portables. The kids need to have proper classrooms. The portables are cold. They've got mold in them. They're not the greatest environments for our kids, I'll tell you that. Every year my kids are in portables. So we have to start thinking, what's our structure of a school? What's the infrastructure? And work backwards. Can the roads accommodate all of these cars? And, I do respect the developer. Yes, they've probably won really, they've won 3 urban design awards. We're not here arguing about their architectural design or their ability to produce great houses. We're just saying the density is way overboard. The developers said we're doing a balanced approach to density. I don't find this as a balanced approach. There's over 600 signatures saying that we want density lowered. We're not opposed to houses being there, but this is not a balanced approach to density. And it says that the city staff has fully accepted their proposals. But as you can see, a community of at least 1,000 people are opposed to this. You've got to step back and say why that is. The other thing I'd like to say is that I know some people want to move into this neighborhood, and we've heard, want to move close to their parents, etc. There is Loafers Lake, which is just down the corner, is a new development, and there's going to be semis, there's going to be townhouses, there's going to be detached. You're like a stone's throw away from where we are, and that is a great community. So there's townhouses, there's semis around where we live anyhow. But in just this area, we were promised that this bylaw wouldn't be amended. We were told that this was going to be executive-style housing. And as Tier said, that executive-style definition, only 4% of the developer's plan meets that definition of executive-style housing. So I got to ask you, something doesn't reconcile here. If only 4% of the developer's proposal meets the definition of executive-style housing. So please don't amend the bylaw. Please take a look at this proposal again. Please work with the developers to come up with something more reasonable. And like I said, we'd be happy to accept new neighbors in this area, but it just has to be the right density. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker 20, Chris Gaveris.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I want to commend you first and foremost on your patience. It's been a long night. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to make this really brief. There's not a whole lot that I can say that hasn't been said already. And I guess at the end of the day, and I've had this discussion with Councillor Paleshi and even Councillor Willens, common sense is probably the one thing that must prevail in all this. And to me, and from what I've heard from a lot of the speakers, and they've presented technical data and they've presented all sorts of emotional material and so on, but at the end of the day, common sense prevails. This many homes on a site of this size doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. It makes sense for the developer in the terms of dollars and cents, but it doesn't make sense from a human perspective. And to make a decision in favor of this development is really, I think, an insult to the community. The community's been very passionate and they've been very fair through this process. We want to continue to be fair through the process. We've reached out, offered an olive branch to the developer. We're not saying no to development. We're just saying not to the development that's currently in front of us. And at that, I'll end it. Thank you very much.
Lorraine Regislord.
Thank you so much. I came in here today and I wasn't sure whether I wanted to say something. I wanted to hear all the evidence that was being put forward. And I sat there and I thought, well, there's a lot of good work that's been done by the residents in my community. I live in Stonegate myself, been there for 13 years, and I appreciate all of the work that everyone has done. I just wanted to congratulate everyone here that has put a tremendous amount of work to prove the point that we care about our community. We care what happens. This is not about criticizing the developers, but I'm not sure if they live in our community. We do, and we care what happens. I also wanted to make a point to Rowena. I think it was articulated before, this was not a personal comment to you. It was not about ridiculing townhouses. This was about what is actually happening. The pictures reflect what's happening in our communities, and we don't want to see that. I know that it was mentioned about the garbage cans. Yesterday, actually, I found a big raccoon in my garbage can. There is a problem with infestation in our communities as well, too. So we have to look at it from that perspective as well. One of the things I learned from the kind of work that I do as a teacher as well, that we're going to hear comments that we don't like, but the goal is to take it professionally and not personally. And I think that all of the residents here have proven that they're not taking this personally. They've done the work, they've done the research, and they've proven that they're taking this professionally, they're taking this seriously, and I hope that everyone else is taking this seriously as well, too. We do not want this development in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So members of the committee, I do not see any further delegations. Before we hand it over, you would like to?
I'm not on your list. Just saw a couple of minor, what I would consider holes that weren't addressed during everybody's thing, and since a few people dropped out, I'm just asking for a minute. No, I do it here.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Pelletier. Please come forward, state your name.
This is unplanned, so I apologize. I have no script or anything else. Thank you. My name's Ned Ivanovich. I live on Ken Park and have for the last 25 years probably. The only thing I would say is, from my own experience, I put a bunch of stuff together. I sent all of you what I put together at some point earlier today. But really what I wanted to say is there's some, the maps, everybody's talking about what it is that the developer showed. I'm one of those people who have to shovel my sidewalk. I don't know why I have to shovel my sidewalk. Somebody put a sidewalk on my property, and it's a hassle. I can't park my car over it. I have to keep it clean and, you know, all that good stuff. But also, I'm thinking, is there a requirement for sidewalks? And I don't think in any of the maps I saw tonight that there's any sidewalks in this plan. And how do residents with these small little homes and these small little driveways park a car when a sidewalk is so close? You know, like you can't really park a car. I mean, I have to widen my driveway. I'm one of the people who my kids can't afford to buy a house, you know, and so they live with me. I've got 5 cars in my driveway, but I have a big property and a lot of driveway. But what are these people going to do when you put a sidewalk, which I think they need, on these little properties to walk their dogs, their kids, or ride their bikes? And how are they going to be able to park even a second car when your bylaw states that you can't park over a sidewalk until after 11 p.m. at night? So that's number one. Second problem becomes the same thing, parking. I have a big driveway, I have really generous neighbors. When my guests come, I can park in their driveways. They have extra space. Where are these people going to park? They're going to call every night to have a zoning, what do you call those things? Temporary thing, sorry? Yeah, one of those things where I can park overnight, don't ticket this car or whatever, and I don't think you're allowed to park on the street during plowing season either. So I just don't see, I don't really care. You know, I grew up in an attic, in a townhouse, in a house. I mean, I've had the whole, you know, the immigrant story. So, you know, I'm not opposed to townhouses or anything else. I don't really care about that stuff. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. You'd have no, I can't put my garbage cans anywhere, and I have a 68-foot front property, frontal, whatever you call it. I can't park my cars properly. I'm doing funny things on my driveway just to fit cars. I guess I just don't see how your bylaws align with this development, because, you know, they are going to be parking on the street. They are going to be, you know, shoveling snow into each other's property or onto the street, which is, again, not part of your bylaw. You're not allowed to do those kinds of things. So it just presents a everyday living problem, this kind of development, where the density is so high that people don't really know how to deal with what the laws tell them they have to do, which is not parking on cars, not leaving your garbage cans in the front, not shoveling snow onto other people's property, and so on. So I guess I'm just kind of feeling like a few people kind of talked about a lot of things, most I agreed with, but I don't think enough was said about your own bylaws. I think one person finally says, why do the rest of us have to abide by them when you're making all these exceptions for this one specific neighborhood? It's not fair to us. It's not fair for the last 25 years I've had to live by those rules. And so I just would appreciate that, you know, that kind of thinking go into your decision making as well. How does this work with your own bylaws and regulations? Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, members of committee, before I bring up report 7.4, do you have any questions for any of the delegations tonight? I do see a couple names. Are they regarding the delegations?
Just the response back to the other delegation names.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So with all due respect, when we are showing pictures of people in places where they live and saying townhouse and there are laughs in the audience, if I was one of your students, you would probably appreciate how that would be taken personally. And so when we come up with, you know, it's always great to have community engagement and residents come in and speak how they feel about a certain issue, but you do have to be sensitive about the fact that there are different places that people live in across the city of Brampton. And when you put up pictures of places and you almost ridicule where people live, people will take it personally. So I do respect you, but at the end of the day,
Okay. Sorry, everyone had an opportunity to delegate. Now we have a councillor who has the floor. Would you like to finish your idea?
at the end of the day, I'm responding to the delegation's presentation and also being named by a resident who responded saying that I took it personally. I did. And I want you all to know that. And that's all I wanted to share. And so if you're expecting me to vote in favor, it's like very difficult to do that when you are insulting some people where they live. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are there no further questions? Please, I would ask, we've already gone through the delegations. We are now at the time with members of committee to ask questions, to ask for any clarifications they request. So before I go to report 7.4, any further questions or comments? I see no one on the board. So I will bring up the report 7.4 now. This is your opportunity, members of committee, to ask for questions of clarification to our staff, if there's any questions you may have, or if there's any comments you want to provide. So I have one person right now on the board, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. And thank you, everyone, for coming, This is always a hard decision, and I always believe, to support the residents as much as we can, and I know your two councillors have been working hard. I just wanted to ask staff, on how many homes are there allowed on this property per hectare? What we have now currently? I'm hearing a lot of rumors.
14.6 if memory serves.
So our staff,
Staff's
excuse
gonna
me.
reply, please. You guys,
Currently, the zoning bylaw is zoned agriculture, so it only allows for one house. According to our official plan, though.
the official plan. What, let me rephrase. If they went to OMB, we're all packed, or what can they ask the maximum per hectare?
The maximum is currently what the official plan is not very precise on that. So we know within the surrounding area there's 6 units per acre. The proposed is 15 units per acre. The provincial policy permits a target of 60 people and jobs per hectare. And this proposal meets that target. Now that's...
Through you, Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can just provide a concise answer, notwithstanding the significant backdrop that we can provide. But with respect to the number of houses that are currently permitted on the subject site, given the current policy that relates to the property, that density is approximately half of what is proposed right now. The density that's proposed by the applicant is approximately 15 units per acre. And currently the designation from the official plan permits approximately 6 units per acre. So approximately half of what is being proposed would be permitted currently on the site by way of the policy.
I was told that, just to correct my mind, you're allowed 28 units per hectare, not per acre, per hectare. And they're proposing 16.
Yeah, so
Is that correct?
through Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Fortini, with respect to hectares, I can just advise that the current permission that the policy has is 14.5 units per hectare, so which is the same as what I had mentioned before, the 6 units per acre. And so what's being proposed with respect to hectares and the density there is 37 units per hectare. So it's approximately half, again, the number of units that would be permitted on the site currently relative to what is being proposed.
Okay. So, and I know we had many meetings on it, but from the first meeting we had a couple, I remember 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, they dropped it down, the numbers, from this plan to the last plan? Did they drop any down?
So through you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, with respect to the application that Paradise has put forward, there has been some revision from what they had originally planned through to the plan that's currently before committee for approval. And so the reduction in the number of units is fairly modest. Currently, the number of units total that is proposed is 360 units. I believe it's in the neighborhood of 380 or so that was proposed previously by way of the original plan.
Right. Okay, and this is where, and I know that, I think they're spending so much money on the park, and this is what I'm worried about. If they go to OMB, they get the maximum, will that money also be part of the OMB hearing, or we lose it, and plus the parkland, do we lose that, or, well, they can still continue with it? That's not an option after that, is it?
So through Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to provide parkland through their application, which is close to the amount that city staff would be able to require as per the Planning Act of 5% for the amount of area towards park. They're proposing, sorry, I have the statistic here somewhere close. They're proposing approximately 1 hectare of park to be provided with their application. Really a requirement that the city, could provide with respect to the amount of parkland is 1.19 hectares. So in this case, because there is somewhat of an underdedication with parks, there would be a cash in lieu amount that would be provided along with the park that is proposed. So alongside that, though, there is a requirement that we've worked into the recommendation through the council that Paradise Home is agreeable to is over and beyond providing the park over and beyond the cash in lieu amount for the under dedication for the park. They are also proposing to provide $800,000 towards retrofitting and the improvements to the Inter Heights Park as well.
And those 2 parks will be one, like they see it, will be all joined.
Through Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And I know what the residents are saying, and this is exactly what happened in my area. Some delegations just came over on the Riverstone. There's agreements, and then after the guy sells and comes back with an application. Another one happened here in Kennedy and Queen. There's a high-rise there, and then all of a sudden, Mattamy came along, and another developer came along, and now they're putting rentals. And I'm worried if they do go to 1B, it's gonna be the same thing that happened down the street. They came for 14 townhouses on Clarence, and that was 33. Now the new application is 96. So that's why in my area, I kind of worked with the developer and the residents to allow the townhouse, because if they go to 1B, we don't know what we're gonna get. We might get twice as much. So I know it's a frustrating thing. And that's why and that's your right, you take your chances, and at the end, they make the decision, and then we have no say, and your councils can't really help as much as we can at the end of the day. So, okay, I'll leave it on the other speakers to speak. So
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, first off, thank everybody for coming out today. Some very passionate delegations made, and it's always really great to see a community come together, not for this reason, but it shows a lot about what our democracy is about. So thank you, guys. A couple questions. You mentioned something, Alan, about density, and you mentioned half. Can you just repeat that? I think it's half of what's proposed, or they're,
Sure, through Mr.
or what's
Chairman.
allowed, rather, sorry.
Just with respect to the amount of density, that number of units really comprised within the area of the land itself, which works out to a density calculation, being the number of units per acre or per hectare. So the statement was really the policy that applies to the site currently of the low density and the upscale executive character and such. How many units would be permitted by way of that current policy? And so really the response is that 14.5 units per hectare or 6 units per acre is what is contemplated by the current policy, the city policy.
So
with respect to the development that's proposed, it does work out to approximately a doubling of the density, so being 15 units per acre or 37 units per hectare.
So it's double than what the current policy is, which is fine. The second thing is, are they, from what you foresee, potentially what could happen down the road, or just speaking currently to Bill 108, are they entitled to apply or for more density?
Yeah, so through Mr. Chairman, like staff obviously have to have very particular regard for all the legislation that exists in the province with respect to the Planning Act, the provincial policy statements, and the growth plan. Really, what's contemplated by way of that legislation is significant policy existing within it that speaks to both intensification, efficiency of land, walkability, healthy communities, and really what is entailed or within all of that legislation on each of these types of legislative policies is one of greater density. So the policy that exists currently on the subject site by way of the city's official plan and secondary plan really doesn't particularly match up with what the new legislation is that the province has come out with. The city staff's analysis really with respect to the development application is one that what is proposed, which is a doubling of density from what the city's plan has been for the site, is though in line with the legislation that exists. Right. So in particular, the number of units I think that would be contemplated by the legislation for jobs and individuals per hectare is 60 units, sorry, 60 individuals, 60 jobs and residents per hectare. And really what we've calculated to be staff-wise as far as our relationship to that amount is approximately the same.
So what they've requested is in line with what they're, I guess, entitled to put an application in for, pretty much yes or no, right?
Yes? Through Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Yeah.
So there's some comments, sort of assertions made by the residents on Bill 108. Do you guys have any comment in relation to what they said?
Through Mr. Chairman, no comments with respect to Bill 108. Bill 108 in particular, from a planning standpoint, has made some changes with respect to the amount of parks that the city can receive through a development application. There's been various changes with respect to the LPAT, the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal. But in these pieces of density and such, it's Bill 108 in particular hasn't made significant change.
So I'll kind of give the residents just my, don't shake your head yet, just wait. Let's wait. No. This is probably the largest group that I've seen come in my 5 years, going on 6 years on council. And so I will support the residents, but there's a but. So I'll go against what staff is recommending. But I'm going to give you some experience of mine as well, that sometimes the system does not work in anybody's favor, whether it's council or whether it's the residents. There is a ongoing application in wards 9 and 10 that the residents had come and we voted against the application. And so it ended up being worse than what we initially planned for. So they got more density, because if it goes to an appeal, the LPAT could say, listen, if they bring another proposal, it could be even worse. So I'm just letting you know what potentially could happen. Things are not always in the council's hands. And I commend you guys for coming forward, and I 100% will support the residents, because I think you guys made yourself loud and clear. Sometimes we gotta support. But I'm just kind of letting you know what could happen. It might drag on for a little while. But for myself personally, on a principled level, this many residents coming and being so passionate, standing up against something, I couldn't say no. But and I really hope you can understand that it's a tough situation for councillors, because they're here to make the best decision that they know. So I really hope that any which way that any councillor votes, that you don't take it personal against them. Everybody's here to do the best job that they can do for the entire city. But again, so no need for applause for me or for anybody, but I will support the residents.
Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. I'm going to applaud you very much. I appreciate that, and I respect your views. I want to talk a little bit about recommendation 2 in the report to start, and you've heard from some delegations tonight about a lot of the recommendations and provincial policy and growth plans, and with respect just alone to recommendation 2 and its enforcement of good planning. The provincial policy growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which I have here, the regional official plan, which I also have here, and the city's OP, which I also have here, talks a lot about a number of things, and you've heard from residents here today and described to you how they don't actually conform to, or this application doesn't actually conform to what they're talking about. But you've also heard from staff by way in the report that it does conform to these provincial policies. And our cities, even our city's own OP, at least the secondary plan, needs to be amended prior to us actually supporting or this even representing good planning. It's kind of like a cart for a horse. With respect to the provincial policy statement that actually is 23 years old, has been reviewed 3 times. The Places to Grow Act, the Greater Golden Horseshoe, is actually 13 years old and has been reviewed 2 times. The regional official plan is 25 years old with 25 amendments, 6 currently in review. Brampton's own OP is 13 years old with 7 amendments. That tells me right then and there what we've always been saying, what we've always been thinking, is that we know how to make changes. We do it frequently, we do it often, because changes are okay, and we're okay with changes. Times change. We live in a world that is constantly changing, and a wonderful city here in Canada that respects those changes. You have a province that doesn't really change too often, and a province that dictates down to the lower municipality what we're allowed to do, what we can say, and it's like we've always said in the past. The feds, they got all the money. The province, they have all the power, but we have the answers. We make changes all the time, and change is okay. Local government tends to address many of the community needs. We deal with the community. We are more involved in the day-to-day life than any other level of government. So when we have local residents that are coming here before us today and asking us to support the way what they're asking us to do, how do we say no? With an overwhelming response. Councillor Dillon, thank you very much. 280 people here today. That's more than anybody has ever come to an application here at planning in the history of Brampton. We have just set a record. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, let me introduce you to Heart Lake. Heart Lake comes, Heart Lake responds, Heart Lake gathers together, whether it's barbecues or high rises, whether it's applications like this or just within our community. We gather together and we support each other. When we're talking about this particular application, and we're really talking about the density around this application. And it's not just about, what's currently around in this area, but it's a lot of density that Caledon is starting to put down in their southern boundary and pushing down into Brampton, utilizing our roads, utilizing our rec centers, utilizing our parks. It's not a bad deal for Caledon. In this area, we have a lack of transit. So for anybody that wants to put their car away and jump on a bus and get over maybe to Mount Pleasant GO Station and go wherever they have to go, maybe downtown, maybe Waterloo, or maybe somewhere else, it takes 40 minutes for them to get to Mount Pleasant, 2 buses. 40 minutes. Doesn't really seem like it's too convenient for people to use buses. It takes 30 minutes to walk to Metro, 33 minutes to walk to Sobeys. And we all like to go back and forth to Metro and Sobeys, although Sobeys doesn't have the best produce sometimes. Get the strawberries home and they have mold and you get all upset, but you never take them back. I like Sobeys too. Sobeys Deli is top drawer.
Okay, guys, we're kind of digressing. I would ask that we speak to the planning application, the planning report in front of us. And again, I would ask you again, we're evaluating the planning merits of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me get to the planning merits. But let me first get to the fact that the city of Brampton declared a climate emergency. This application is setting the city up for failure. There's so many more cars that are going to come into the area, come into the neighborhood, and with the lack of the ability to walk anywhere. You can go for leisurely strolls, sure. We got some of the great park systems in Brampton, right through from the east to the west. There's some great systems in Heart Lake. You can't get anywhere. You can go bird watching, and I have a number of residents that absolutely love bird watching, and I love seeing them outside in my house and taking pictures of the birds and stuff, but that's all really you can do. You can't get anywhere. It's not convenient to go an hour out of your way by way of walking to Metro. It's just not. I don't know anybody else in my neighborhood that does it. Would we love to do it? 100% we'd love to do it. But it's not this area. You know what this area was built around? The 410. That's what it was built around. We have the 410, and I respect David Lang so much and all of his views, but this is the north end of Brampton. We don't have a transit facility. We don't have major transit coming through. We don't have bike lanes. Would we love those one day? Absolutely, we'd love that one day. But it's not something that we have currently. Our residents here today have asked you for them to be heard and to take an opportunity to go back and work on this and see what they can come back with. Not one person has come up here and said, we don't want townhouses. We don't want semis. We don't want the density. There is 1,300 people living in the map on the region appeal geolocation that currently in this area, 1,379, I believe. This is an additional 360 units. It's a coin flip to see actually how many people, nobody really knows. The templates that the city of Brampton use and the developers use in this industry for transportation plans, for any other plans, were invented a long time ago, and it's a cookie cutter for every part of the city in Brampton. Nobody here can tell you how many cars are going to be here. Nobody here can tell you that actually how many people are going to be living in this subdivision. We're okay with development. We're just saying we want an opportunity to maybe lower the density and look at other opportunities. So members of council, I'm asking you here today to vote not to support the application. I'm asking you to support these residents, and they're not just the residents that Councillor Willens and I represent. These are residents of Brampton. These are your residents. You represent them as much as we do. And that's what I'm asking for you today. I'd ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. May I move that the chair be heard?
Yep.
So moved, thank you. To staff, so the first question regarding the parking study. So can you speak to, we talk about congestion. I'm
going to defer it to our traffic manager here, so that, because as it is a technical document, it would be best if a technical person answered it.
Okay. So I guess the question would be, in terms of the density we're talking about, and from, I guess, our analysis from traffic, how unique is this across, in comparison to across the city? So it seems that we're adding way more density that we've ever added in different areas. So this is something that maybe we couldn't handle. Can you speak to me about the technical analysis?
To analyze based on the number of units. So based on the proposed number of units for this development, be about 215 total trips, two-way trips in the morning, and about 270 in the PM, which for a density of this development of this size is pretty typical for around other areas of the city. I've seen more trips for obviously townhouse, more dense townhouse developments.
So would you say it's very consistent to the applications we've approved here at council across the city?
It is consistent with that.
Okay.
And you were asking about the network, about capacity?
Yep.
So Kennedy Road right now, during the peaks, there probably is periods where it's congested, but it's under capacity.
It's under capacity.
For most of the day, yes.
Okay. So it's
it
under
wouldn't
capacity.
be a candidate for widening.
And can you
it would not be a candidate for widening right now. Not like Williams Parkway would be, it's not as busy as Williams Parkway, for example.
Now, and usually in the methodology would be very consistent and applied across, I guess, professionals like yourself with this designation, usually use the same methodology.
Yep, we use International Traffic Association documents. It studies that various types of development. It uses sort of graphs out, they look at the trips generated by townhouse complex over all of North America, and then averages out to get to be able to apply the number of trips based on a rate for the number of trips.
Thank you. I guess a question now to you, Ellen. I think Councillor Palacio had raised in terms of the various policy regimes in place that seem to be amended, outdated, etc. Are they the ones that we use when we apply to the applications that we consider across the city?
So, Mr. Chairman, there are a number of layers of policy that city staff do have to have consideration for, from legislation, be it at the provincial level, the regional, and then city staff level as well, as approved by council, our documents. The PPS really was approved in 2014, so it is approximately 5 or 6 years old now. It is every periodic, I guess, period that the province does look at and update those documents. The growth plan itself is not a relatively new document. It's approximately, I believe, 8 years old now or so. So there is, a period of time that has passed from when the province has approved it. So, those are the current documents that are with us at this point in time. Those are the documents that we have to have consideration for. While they're not brand new for us, we understand that with every so often period from the province, they do undertake those reviews, updates, and we have regard for then those new documents as they come out.
So based again, and I know Councillor Dillon tried getting it, but if I understood correctly, the developer had an opportunity to go put more density on it, and he's gone well below what he could have in terms of density. Is that correct?
So with respect to the legislation, staff has identified that for greenfield development areas throughout the city, legislation identifies that target of jobs and people per hectare should be approximately 60. And so what we've found through calculating the number of units that are proposed here with this development and the number of individuals that would be thought to be appropriate and really standard for a number of individuals in a dwelling, we found that it would be approximately 60, just a modest amount more than that. So approximately 62 individuals per hectare is what this development would work out to be. So essentially in line with the legislation that we have to have regard for.
Now, when we talk about, I've heard a lot about the character of the community. So we know Brampton has a lot of characters. Wards 3 and 4, we deal with infill a lot, and Councillor Bowe and myself also understand, the plight of the residents. Can you speak to me about when we do a planning application? Because a planning application is a very technical document, and you do your review and you provide us our best advice. Now, can you tell me first where we look at how it conforms within the neighborhood? So what are the controls that it conforms to the neighborhood? And why was the opinion of staff to say that this project does in fact blend in with that community, or would certainly reflect what the community is? If you can speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So within the staff report, staff have clearly laid out that, in our opinion, the application is supportable, and really for the key reasons that you're identifying, but really which I can detail out as well. So the character as proposed by the forms that Paradise has proposed, with being a mix of single detached dwellings, townhouse dwellings of various sizes as well, you find that this is compatible with the area, given that it is a low-lying development form. And so really within planning theory and identified within our planning legislation as well, it is identified clearly that a mix of uses, a mix of product dwelling types are really fundamental pieces and appropriate development forms. So in this case, although the majority of the community in and around the subject site is characterized by very low density development, single detached homes, large lots, the mix of lots that are proposed here, albeit of different types, smaller singles, townhouses as well, although they're different than the large single detached dwelling forms in and around, that in and of itself is found to be really appropriate. Within generally really appropriate development communities, it's comprised of a mix of development types. So you have your singles, your semis, your townhouses, all mixed together, and really in planning theory, it's identified that is in an appropriate form. It's a healthy community. It's walkable. It's livable. You have these various types of key elements that come together that create an interesting community. So really, it's that we have to have regard for. That's identified very clearly within the legislation that we're saying this development does conform to. So mixed with that, we found that the application is, though, also sensitive to how the lots have been placed throughout this plan of subdivision. So in particular, it's the west side of the subdivision that has the majority of the larger lots, so that, you know, in and adjacent to the existing park and the Inter Heights community, it's the large lots that are located in proximity to it. And so as you then get away from just a larger distance from that area inward into the subdivision, you have the more denser areas of the subdivision that have been proposed. That really spread of density and from larger to smaller units doesn't necessarily exist on the Kennedy Road side, given that Kennedy itself is a significant buffer, and Arterial Road is a significant buffer from lands that are across the street as well. I think it was felt by the developer that it wasn't a necessary piece to gradiate the density in the same way on the east side of the subdivision. But, you know, given those considerations, the urban design that has been identified from the speaker earlier, the architect for the developer, yeah, there has been considerable effort from them and staff in working through with that architect to ensure that there's a high degree of the architectural articulation of all of the facades within the plan of subdivision. So the roof lines and the types of building materials are all assembled in a particular way to create a lot of character. The materials themselves are upscale materials, so it speaks to bricks and stonework and decorative metal fencing being utilized. So not only on the facades of those units, but the fence line treatments as well. So to create the upscale character, notwithstanding the higher densities, it comes about by way of that articulation as mentioned, but you know, the fencing, it's not your standard fencing that would be prepared along some of the key nodal areas in the community or key road axes in the community. There would be masonry columns that would be holding up portions of those fences. So there are additional structures at the vistas, really at the westerly terminus of Arctic Turn Avenue, just in and adjacent to Inter Heights. There's a structure there that's proposed by the developer that has a high degree of articulation. It's a shade structure. There's also a similar structure that is at the south end of House Finch Avenue that was, you know, intended to provide a lot of character as well. So a highly articulated shade structure there as well. So all of these things have come together, you know, to create a plan in staff's view that would respect the upscale character of the larger community, albeit with some higher densities.
Now, in terms of this, lastly, sustainability. So it scored a high number. That's one of the, you know, in terms of scores, it's one of the highest scores I've seen since we've been here. And this council talks about sustainability. Can you just speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So,
and maybe touch on what do we look in terms of evaluation? Just a couple of points if you can.
Through the chair, they reached a goal, as was mentioned before, a gold standard. As mentioned before, this hasn't been met, as far as I understand, in any of their plan of subdivision. It's based on a number of metrics. We measure how close it is to other development, what its walkability is, and how it treats the actual environment itself. So some of the major accomplishments is its connectivity with the local community, that its distance to bus stops, approved and proposed trail systems, and also too that there's amenities to walk to, such as the proposed park and trail system. Then there's the green infrastructure and buildings, so there's the stormwater management blocks. There's actually an extensive use of low impact development measures. So they're using some ways to control the water on site. That is pretty unique, and it's actually enhancing the wetland and the drainage for the site. There's also the preservation of the natural environments. There's the additional there's the wetland, there's the required 30-meter setback requirements, but then they've also designed their parkland in order to help that area as well too. So it goes beyond the 30 meters, and then the parkland sort of buffers through that, and you can walk through it. There's the mobility measurements, so it's a cycling and pedestrian friendly, and the built environment itself, there'll be there'll be environmental measures used within the buildings themselves. Again, for using, it's a lot of dealing with water again, like using rooftop measures and infiltration into the soils. They're providing additional topsoil as well, which is not a requirement. So the additional topsoil provides for additional percolation into the soils, again, making it more environmentally friendly. So those are some of the metrics as to why it's scored so well for within our metrics.
Okay, thank you. And I guess to legal, I'm not sure if you can answer this, but when we go to the OMB, understanding, do we go defend OMB cases based on, I guess, the overall public opinion? Is that something, is that criteria used at the OMB or be at the LPAT as criteria for turning down application or enforcing what council's decision was?
So, Mr. Chair, the LPAT will look at effectively the legislation, what our planning documents provide. Ultimately, in all of these cases, what it comes down to is what represents good planning in the context of the underlying documents and policy statements that the province has put forward.
Okay, so it's basically based on what our technical analysis is, and that's usually what's in consideration before LPAT. Is basically, does it conform with planning and policies? Do they, basically we look at the criteria.
So it's, Mr. Chair, it's an evidence-based process.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now I'll move on to two more speakers. Councillor Fortini.
Just a couple of questions to start. So we said, well, how many houses was there in total? 368?
Through Mr. Chairman, 360 units are proposed.
360. So how many acres is there?
Through Mr. Chairman, overall the site is approximately 45, a little larger than 45 acres. I calculated myself. I don't know the exact amount.
On our treasure plan on national, how many acres was there? And that's without the commercial. In my area.
Sorry, through Mr. Chairman, I can't recall the details of the size of that site.
How many houses was there on the townhouse plus all the stacked townhouses in my area? In total.
Sorry, and through Mr. Chairman, that's the Treasure Hill site that was proposed.
Right, it's under construction now. Did this council approve that? And it was close to 600 and something with stacked townhouse and all, and there was only 33 acres?
Yeah, so, sorry, through Mr. Chairman, I can't recall the details, Councilor Fortini.
Okay. Looks like, I know it's hard, and this council approved it, and it looks like a lot of my area is all the townhouses and stacked townhouses. So, I guess, we gotta kind of moving around. We're all talking at the region about affordable housing. I get a lot of these young people saying, we cannot afford $1.2 million no more. And that's why I put it in my area to support it, because I see a lot of them renting basements, they're moving away from Brampton, and a lot of them don't want to see their kids move. So I don't know, this is a hard decision. Like I said, it's gonna go to LPAT regardless. I'm just worried that they're gonna get more than what they asked for. It's just gonna delay the process a year. It's gonna be back in a year. So hoping that you guys all, everything works out for them, but I don't feel we will. Thank you.
Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for some of your questions. Thank you, Councillor Fortini, for showing your support of the residents. We appreciate that. So we're not here today saying that, I'm not here before you saying that I'm NIMBY in any ways. I have a big backyard here in Brampton. Ward 2 and Ward 6. I have there's lots of opportunity to put it out in another part of my backyard. And that's because that's where it can handle it. That's where all of my infrastructure is going for transit, for everything that needs to be done that can handle something like this. Something like this that happens to be a round peg in a square hole. You talk to Heart Lake about going to the OMB. They know all about going to the OMB. They've been there before. We've been to this rodeo. You talk to Heart Lake about the OMB telling the applicant, telling the developer you can put more. We've been there too. 6 20-story buildings they gave Royal Cliff the opportunity to build. You know what Royal Cliff is building? 118 units. You know why? Because it doesn't make sense. Because they knew it didn't make sense. So I understand that we can continue to say, oh, you might get more if you go to the LPAT, you might get more. But the bottom line is, there's areas in which Brampton, where this makes sense, specifically in Ward 6, that we represent, and there's areas that don't, because we don't have the help that density like this needs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I see. Okay, I see there are no further speakers. Councillor Pelletier has asked for a recorded vote. Okay. So, no motions, but do you want to? So Councillor Fortini is moving staff report. Recorded vote has been requested. All in favor, I'll let you, City Clerk.
A recorded vote's been requested on the staff recommendations. All in favor of the recommendations, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor of the recommendations is Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini, Chair Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos. All opposed to the recommendations, please stand to be counted. Showing as opposed is Councillor Dillon, Mayor Brown, Councillor Williams, Councillor Pelletier, Councillor Willens. Mr. Chair, the motion carries 6-5.
Okay, thank you. So I would suggest, members of the committee, we take a 10-minute break to allow people to leave the City Hall. 11:13, we are reconvening. We are now on item, yes, yeah, the citywide one. So we moved 7.9, the second units, that's correct? Councilor Fortini moved it?
That item's been addressed,
Yep.
7.9.
So we're on to the minutes.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
There is delegations, added delegations 5.3 from two individuals, Swati Prasad and Sylvia Roberts, and this is in regard to item 10.1 on today's agenda, which is the second unit citywide. It's a report from policy planning.
Yep, okay. So, no, the citywide. So please come forward, state your name.
Come on, Sylvia, come down.
Okay, wait. So second. It's number 2. Do we have some?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and my fellow constituents, I am here to talk about 10.1, as was noted, and I know that it deals with the removal of the parking restriction to permit the two dwelling. Mine is a little different. I'm currently in the permit department with the city of Brampton. I'm renovating my basement, and I wanted my basement for personal use, at least for now, not for rental. So I figured if I went to the city of Brampton for personal use, that I would be permitted to build my basements to the highest safety possible. I'm also a social worker, and I'm also a foster parent with Peel Children's Aid for 15 years. So anyone could understand with teens, right now my home, because of shortage of homes for kids, I help teens, mentor them when I can, to transition to independence. So, and we know with teenagers, 16 plus, they tend to gravitate to the basement. That's their space, even though they have a room upstairs. So when I went to the city and I wrote a letter and I copied this morning. I was told there's a meeting here, so I did what I could to be here. And so all I ask is, can I please be allowed to build my basement to the rental specification. I'm willing to sign a disclosure that I won't rent it because I don't have that additional parking space, but I just want it as the highest safety standard as possible, given that not only my teenagers might want to be down there to sleep, but my foster boys as well. So I was told that city, they felt bad for me because they said, they would like to help me, but because of the current bylaw with the parking restriction, because I live in a semi, I don't have the sidewalk, so mine is a bit longer, they cannot help me with reference to that, but to come to this meeting, because they would like to, and for me to speak to Bruce West, who can see if there's a way for me to build it as safe as possible. So I'm here to advocate and hope that as a personal use or tenant use, that I think it's a human right that people should be afforded the highest standard in terms of safety, especially for fire, in their space whatsoever. And I beg you to allow it, and I know with the parking restriction that things can happen. If people don't abide by the parking rules, you can find them. As a matter of fact, I think you guys have a task force to go after people. And I think the majority of residents in Caledon, I'm with Paul Vincenti and Roana's ward, and I'm right close to the Mount Pleasant goal, which is also perfect. It's a hub, and we really want to use the hub. And so if you could please find it in your heart to really allow it, and because it's a safety issue, and I think it coincides with the provincial legislation with all the things it says that, for seniors, whatever, who's trying to, stay in their space, whatever. But mine is more for personal use, and it's just a little bit different for rental use. But I also support the future rental for people, for affordable housing as well, because I deal with people in our community as a social worker as well. Thank you so much, and I trust that you will support it, hopefully. Any questions? Sorry.
Are there any? No, Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to the delegation. So as I'm trying to understand what you're asking, you're looking to finish your basement, correct?
Right.
All right. And you want to finish your basement to the highest standard possible within what the building code would allow?
Would allow, yes, would the building code allow, somebody talk about sprinkler system, whatever, because it's also a liability issue for Children's Aid. It's a liability issue for us. So we want to make sure it's high as possible that no one, if they're ever in that space, would ever not have the best safety in terms of fire. And the only thing that's stopping us is that parking. And I think a parking thing should be between landlord and tenant, and the city could put their restriction as need be to keep Brampton beautiful. But I think the restriction that people shouldn't be allowed to build to the highest safety level is a human rights issue and a safety issue. I think people should be allowed if they so choose to do so.
So thank you. And so hopefully my final question to you, because then I'll address staff. Are you looking to build a second unit without a parking spot and not have it designated as a second unit, or do you just want to finish your basement?
Again, I don't mind if I could sign a disclosure to say I wouldn't, like there should be some exception that, people can, so I don't intend to rent my unit. I just want it to build to a rental specification, because that is one of the best right now. And in the future, if it ever opens up and I'm ever permitted by the bylaw, then so be it in the future. Be it I want to live there or my children, whatever it is. But for now, because of what I do, I would like it to be, if it could be allowed, for it to be built. I know it's a little different than what people might come with, but this actually educated me, because I didn't realize that one isn't even permitted to do so. So I hope that it can be allowed.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to our CPO, if possible. Is it possible for a resident to finish their basement and perhaps even have bedrooms there, but it's not a second unit?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It is certainly possible, yes. We do
our job is to enforce the minimum requirements for construction in the Ontario Building Code. And so when we're looking at a basement finish, for instance, a fire separation isn't required, early warning system is not required to be interconnected between the two units. I know the question was brought up earlier about the shut-off for the furnace, again, not required for a basement finish. There isn't anything that would preclude somebody from going above and beyond what the minimum standards are in the Ontario Building Code. If they wanted to construct, something beyond that, if they wanted to put, 2 layers of 5/8 type X drywall on the ceiling, they could do that. The fundamental difference is what we will be confirming construction for is for use as a finished basement. That is for the principal use of the dwelling and not as a secondary dwelling. And so down the road, when the use was to be converted into a second unit, we would have to revisit the application for that change of use. So it wouldn't be a simple, yes, the permit was issued and reviewed with those construction requirements, therefore down the road it could just be switched over. We would be inspecting for those requirements for a finished basement only. When the change of use actually occurs down the road, then we would have to go and evaluate it on the merits of that change of use. And it is possible that within that time frame, there could be changes to the Ontario Building Code that could make it more difficult or make it easier. In fact, it's tough to say. But changes to the building code do happen, I would say, on an annual basis. And so if that change were to happen by the time the construction was finished and the registration of the second unit were to commence, there may be further upgrades required to that unit. So there is some degree of risk there.
Thank you. I hope that answers your
Well,
question.
if I could add to that, I like the way you worded that minimum requirement, and that is what,
So I may suggest that your delegation be referred to staff by Councilor Vicente, but before the referral, I do have Councilor Bowman has a question. Is that fine with you,
Yes.
Councilor Vicente? Okay, Councilor Bowman?
Hello, over here. Sometimes I get behind Peter's head.
Okay.
No one can see me. That's all right. I'm just wondering, when you're talking about moving your unit or changing your unit, are you going to have a stove and refrigerator down there?
yeah, I'm permitted, as what I'm told from the city, even for personal use, I could have a stove, refrigerator, even a bedroom, because I have a walkout and I did egress windows, so I did everything that I thought feasible. And right now, I put the construction on hold because I have a permit for personal use. The builder was going to put the contractor was going to put some extra stuff, but if it's not shown on the engineering drawing, if it's not shown that it's reflective of the safety specification for a rental, then they're not going to look at that. So in the future, if it does open up, being next month or 2 months, then I'd have to pay money again, even though I might put those extra things in, to have the city come back. And I might have to take a drywall out if they cannot see. So I'm saying, if possible, and if there is going to be a change, can it be permitted so the kids can be in that safe space, so I don't have to incur this
Okay, I
in
think,
the
yeah,
future?
you'll probably have to take it
Talk to
offline
them?
and then.
Okay, I thank you. So Councilor
Thank you.
Vicente has moved referral of your delegation to staff. Delegation regarding specific situation, or to work with staff, or is it just
10.1.
direction? Okay, work with staff direction. Okay, thank you very much. Sylvia, yeah. State your name, please, yeah.
Hello, my name is Sylvia. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I know it's late, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. Staff is suggesting that you remove the parking requirement. I absolutely agree. They've heard from council about this. And while other municipalities do tend to have a one extra parking thing, the reality is everyone just copied off everyone else and they never checked why. And so you get back to why they said it's like, well, it felt right, which is not great planning, and that's frequently what happens in planning. So staff has actually looked at what the situation is for Brampton, and if you all know, there's basement apartments everywhere. If you don't pass the change, then the basement apartments will still get built, but because there's no chance of actually qualifying as a second unit, they're not even going to try to qualify for the specifications. If you put this in place and they can actually apply for it, then they're much more, then you could have several thousand extra units which do meet all of those requirements. If you completely get rid of your zoning requirements for second units, it will still have to pass Ontario Building Code and fire standards. That is a given, and there's no, as far as I know, the staff cannot waive in any way, as much as even if they thought it was good, to waive those building codes because it's built into provincial legislation. It's a case of, for second units, a number of items for them were, well, we'll get something done and we'll revisit it later. For example, I've gone back and looked at in 2015 and 2014, for example, the accessory dwelling as a separate thing, it's like, well, we're gonna be done with the OPN pretty soon anyway, so we don't need to look at that. It's 4 years later, that's not done. So a lot of this does need to be revisited, and in that 4 years, you may have had several thousand units that could have complied with it, but now because they couldn't actually meet the standards because of the parking, they don't. And we have a huge safety issue because of levels of overcrowding. This will help with that, but this is a stopgap measure. It's very common in high immigration areas. In Toronto, they wanted to ban it because they thought the Portuguese and the Italians were ruining the city of Toronto. That's why they moved against it. That's why they also moved against rooming houses, because like, well, all these Italians and Portuguese people are buying up these houses and splitting them up and ruining it. So a whole lot of the reason for these rules in the first place was just blatant xenophobia, and it's Brampton as a developing city just kind of copying off everyone else. Staff's recommendation that you get rid of it is very good and comply with all the statutory things. The parking strategy is something you absolutely do need to do, and one of the things that would be useful for this is, so in most major cities, such as Portland, Vancouver, a number of European cities, Australian cities, what they do is they have a frequent transit map prepared. So the city can actually say there's good transit in here. So when staff goes to review it and a applicant for planning is saying this is a good idea, they have a city resource showing, yes, it makes sense. And so the developer can see from the beginning. It's essential part of parking to find out how else people are going to get there. And when you do approve things that have lower parking or whatever, as we've seen at things, you need to have strategies like that. So I would like you to, on the staff recommendation, also have transit prepare a frequent transit map in accordance with expert standards for transit. So you can see where you need parking as part of your parking, what is the term, your comprehensive parking study? Something like that? Yeah. Okay, that's my delegation.
Thank you very much. At this time, members of the committee will move up. Sorry, staff report 10.1. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Singh.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this. Sorry, Councillor Bowman looks confused. Yeah, so I wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward. There's also on the referred matters list actually a report pertaining to parking permits that Kevin Montgomery made a delegation near the beginning of the term. So since you'll be covering a lot of elements, it might be a good opportunity to combine that report with the parking study strategy, but I look forward to it. I think parking permits is some value we can uncap at the city of Brampton, and it has a lot of potential. So I look forward to see what comes out of that and the parking requirements as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to find that report. Peter, do you have the recommendations of that report? Have we brought the report forward already? Okay. So we're not passing today that we're not going to add an extra parking spot. We're going to public meeting on this, right?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. So the intent here is to get the clear direction from council that this is where you want to proceed. We'll come back, we'll have the statutory public meeting, and then come forward with the bylaw for consideration. So
okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't passing the bylaw already. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Would you like to move it, Councillor Bowman?
Sure.
Okay, moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And a motion to receive the delegations moved by Councillor Fortini. In correspondence. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So we are now on to minutes. Heritage Board minutes. Any questions or comments? Councillor Vicente, would you like to move the minutes? Moved by Councillor Vicente. All in favor? Carried. Item 8.2, 8 Friendly Branch Advisory Committee. Oh, it's on consent. My apologies. Referred matters list. We dealt. Any member? Do any members have any questions regarding the referred matters list? No. Okay. So correspondence we dealt with.
Mr. Chair, we should pass a motion to receive the delegations on the PARTAC item 5.2 and
Okay.
receive the associated correspondence under 13.1.
Okay. As suggested by City Clerk, moved by Councillor Palashi. All in favor? Carried. We go to now councillor question period. Are there any questions by members of committee? No. Public question period? Once, twice, 3 times. We have no closed session. Our last item of business is adjournment, moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor? Thank you. Our next meeting is January 13th at 7 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. I thought we had one on 11.